Are we on? Okay. Good morning, everybody. I am going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. So we need to consider allowing remote participation for our council people who are traveling today.
You have both Councilman Barisic and Councilman Markleese on Zoom today.
Okay. And the mayor will be joining us at some point, too?
I think Mayor Barber is absent today.
Okay.
I'm not aware of him joining.
Okay.
He would-
Okay.
He did say he was going to try to pop in when he could, so if somebody could just keep a
I'll
check,
I'll
and then
keep a
we'll
check.
have to remote him in.
Okay, so can I have a motion to allow remote participation? Do I need a second?
Nope, no seconds.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okey doke, motion passes. So we need to adopt the agenda. Are there any issues? Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, adoption of the previous minutes. Any conversation needed? Can I have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, so the first presentation that we have, are they here, Christina?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to welcome auditing firm S. Preston Douglas and Associates to give us an update on our financial.
And I'm going to ping
Mayor
him.
Pro Tem, I'll just introduce Lee Grissom. He's our auditor. He's been here for what, maybe 3 years now at this point, 4 years? And there he is on the screen, and he's going to present the audit findings for you from the previous fiscal year.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Appreciate letting me present here remotely this morning. Gotta love an audit presentation at 9 o'clock on Monday. But again, so this is, I think this is our 6th or 7th year auditing the village of Marvin. So this was a good audit. We issued the report ahead of the December 31st deadline. And the first time in at least 20 years, the deadline was extended from October 31st to December 31st. So that was a new thing. So they allowed municipalities 2 additional months to get the audit out. So we were able to get it out before the deadline. There were no internal control findings, so it was a good audit from that standpoint. We also issued an unmodified opinion, also referred to as a clean audit opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that an independent CPA firm can issue on a set of governmental financial statements. And a couple of notes about internal controls. There were no budget overages or bank rec issues, and there were no significant auditor entries required on our part. So that signals that the records are in good shape. The village several years ago arranged where you guys have an outsourced accountant coming in. That's been very, that's worked really well the last, I think, 3 audits. I think it's Sharp Patel. They've done a great job as far as assisting and they do a lot as far as coordinating with our staff and getting this audit out. So I think that's been really good for the village. We didn't encounter any significant difficulties. We didn't have any disagreements with management. We did not consult with another auditing firm. And I do have some PowerPoint slides I'm going to share now. We'll go through. Can I get the sharing?
Yep.
Or-
I'll transfer that to you now. Hold on one second.
Okay.
To make co-host. All right, so you should be able to share now.
Okay. Let me share to a different screen. Keep sharing that screen. Yeah, and I apologize. So you guys can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, we're gonna go through this. It shares on it. I have 3 monitors. That's kind of the holdup. But anyway, we'll go through this. So again, this is the audit and financial results for the year ended June 30th, 2025. And what I want to point out here is, again, we have an unmodified opinion on the financial statement audit. And then with governmental auditing, you have to audit internal controls. So that's the second opinion related to the compliance results. That's governmental auditing standards. And again, we did not have any findings as far as that compliance, that internal control audit. And the third piece, there's the performance indicators of concern. That's something that the Local Government Commission requires us to submit numbers in, and we review different benchmarks. So the village is reviewing the fiscal year 25 audit compared to different benchmarks, and there were no financial performance indicators of concern. So that's another good thing. So really on all 3 fronts, everything was really positive. So as I touched on already twice now, we issued an unmodified opinion. What this screen is showing you is the other 3 opinions. There's an adverse opinion, disclaimer, and qualified, and each of those are kind of opinions you don't want. So, adverse means everything is in such bad shape, you basically walk away from it. Disclaimer means there's not enough documentation. And then a qualified opinion basically means we can issue a report with a certain exception. But again, we issued an unmodified opinion this year. Okay, so now I'm going to present some tenure information just so you can get a little bit of a perspective of where the village has been in the last 10 fiscal years based on various metrics. The first one is cash, and this is basically cash all funds for the last 10 fiscal years. And at June 30th, 2025, you were at about $4.2 million, which is essentially the same range the last 3 fiscal years, June 30th, 2023 to 2025. You've basically been in the same general range of cash balance at June 30th. Okay, this next one is outstanding debt. As you can see, there was the peak of your outstanding debt was in 2021, where you added about 1.2 million, and you can see the debt being paid off each of the last 4 fiscal years. So you're at 865,000 in outstanding debt at June 30th, 2025. Now this next one is current ratio, and really the purpose of this is your current assets divided by current liabilities. It's sort of a liquidity measure, and you guys are in really good shape. You're almost, I think you're at 18.6, almost at 20. So that means your current assets divided into the current liabilities are really strong, almost at 20. So really no issue here, nothing really to see. The next one is analysis of fund balance for your governmental funds. And the blue line is total fund balance, and then the yellow color is restricted fund balance. And so that's where you've been for the last 10 fiscal years. So you're at almost $4 million at June 30th, 2025, which is an increase of about 398,000 for the year ended June 30th, 2025. So since 2022, it's been trending pretty positive in your fund balance for your governmental funds. Okay, this next one is a pie chart, and it's just really wanting to show you the major allocations of revenue for the general fund. So in this case, 42% is your property tax. That's in red. 24% is the next largest. That's unrestricted intergovernmental revenues, and that's basically mostly consists of your sales tax revenue, which is, again, that's at 24%. And then the next largest at 16% is sales and services, which most of that is the solid waste fees revenue. And then the remaining revenue is just, smaller percentages. Okay, the next one, this is general fund expenditures. Again, this is a pie chart. So 33%, the largest one is in the general government category. It's a little bit, most municipalities we see it would be public safety, which is, you guys are a little bit of an outlier from that regard. So no, and then general government, again, 33%, solid waste, 18%. The next one is 12% public works. And then public safety is 10% of your general fund expenditures. And then economic development comes in at about 9%. Okay, again, as I mentioned, a lot of times the general fund, the health of the general fund is extremely important. So just showing you your general fund balance by fiscal year for the last 10 fiscal years. So you can see a nice increase over the last 10 fiscal years. You're at 3.4 million at June 30th, 2025. And just another note, your general fund added 36,000 this fiscal year, but it would have been higher if it wasn't for a $470,000 transfer to the capital project fund. So your general fund really has done better over that time, but a lot of the money has been transferred for, various capital project needs for the village. Okay, this next one, this is the breakdown of your general fund fund balance. So if you were to look on the balance sheet in a general fund, there's a lot of restricted categories and then assignments of fund balance. And then what falls out is in yellow, the unassigned number. So the unassigned fund balance is what the local government commission always wants that to be a healthy number. You want to cover, sort of emergency expenses. And so that concept, unassigned fund balance, is sort of that concept to cover those emergency needs, or that's the amount of the fund balance that, doesn't have any restrictions or various assignments. So again, you're at $1.6 million at June 30th, 2025. Okay, following up on this one, again, this is a percentage that the local government commission cares about quite a bit. Your fund balance available as a percentage of expenditures. And again, on the previous slide, the 1.6, if you take the 1.6 unassigned and you divide it by general fund expenditures for the current fiscal year, you get a percentage. So you're currently at 60.51%. And that basically means you're dividing, your unassigned into your general fund expenses. And if it was at 100% exactly, you would be again at 1.6. Your expenditures in general fund would have been 1.6, and that's how you get to 100% coverage, similar to where you were in 2022 and 2020. Your percentage has gone down each of the last 3 fiscal years. But just to note, the local government commission, the minimum for a size of the village of Marvin is about 34%. So you're just a little bit less than kind of double the minimum percentage. But so I just wanted to point that out. That's that's sort of the concept here is, again, kind of like your emergency fund for your general fund. Okay, again, and I've already touched on most of this stuff. There were no new accounting policies. What this slide too is mentioning here is just to point out there's estimates in these financial statements, so such as depreciation expense, what useful life you use when you set up a new asset. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in a set of governmental financial statements that requires estimates, like your allowance for doubtful accounts on receivables, and then the other big one would be your pension liability. So that's really what this is pointing out, is just saying that, we reviewed your estimates and we felt comfortable with where they were for these set of financial statements. And again, there were no significant audit adjustments made. There were no uncorrected statements. And again, we didn't have any disagreements with management or any, there were no issues that arise that we feel like we need to communicate to the board. And lastly, financial performance indicators. This has become a much more significant item in the last 3 fiscal years in government finance in North Carolina. But again, it's kind of like self-reporting that at the conclusion of an audit, we submit all this information in. And if there are any issues, the board has to respond to the local government commission. But it really kind of saves them time because these benchmarks are in an Excel spreadsheet and they don't have to actually review each unit's financial performance. So this is again, we've already talked about this, the general fund. This is your fund balance available. And so you're at 94% and the minimum was 34%. And that's slightly different from the calculation we looked at a moment ago, but it's basically saying that the local government commission is satisfied where you guys are as far as your general fund, available fund balance. And if there were any financial performance indicators, they would be highlighted in red in these pages. So you guys really had no issues. You got the audit out on time. There were no significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, and internal controls. So it was just it was a good audit basically all the way around. So that concludes everything that I wanted to go over. Again, unmodified opinion, no internal control findings, and for the most part, the financial metrics were in a satisfactory place. Are there any questions regarding anything I've gone over?
Anybody? No?
Bob, did you?
Hey,
Yeah.
this is John Barisic, but I just wanted to both thank Jill especially, but also, this council and our previous council for where we ended up here. One question I have though is, I did I recall in our last one that we reviewed this, that there may have been some other comparisons to other local municipalities of our size and things like that? Or is that something that's still done, or is that maybe another presentation that I saw?
Well, the metric, the fund balance metric, that is sort of a comparative. I mean, I don't know. I don't quite recall last year's. I'm trying to remember exactly what you may be referring to.
Yeah, and maybe it was just the general fund balance one that I'm remembering. And
Yeah, it's
maybe
probably
just
I was thinking of that 34% target that I was just, that's I think that's what you're talking about.
Lee, there was it was either something that we put together, and I can't remember the name of the entity, but you can get in there and click benchmark communities, and it'll show you fund balance percentage. That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
Lee, how are the unassigned dollars being invested?
That'd be a Jill question.
Oh, Jill.
Yeah, so we have our unassigned fund balance and even our assigned fund balance, which we call our idle funds that are not actively being used. Those are invested in two places. One is the North Carolina Capital Management Trust. The other is invested through Pinnacle Bank in a series of CDs. So you'll find that on your treasurer's report. You have one in your packet today, and you can see the current balance of what we have invested in both of those accounts. It's about just under $4 million in both accounts.
Thank you.
Lee, this is Tom Eck. Great presentation. Glad to see that there's no significant deficiencies, no material weaknesses. We're in a great financial position. As you did the audit, were there any, or let me just put it, what were the softest spots that we should think about going through? I mean, not that there's really any great concern, but what would have been your somewhat of a concern?
Well, the only thing that I can speak on, and it's just from a financial metric standpoint, is your reserve balance going down the last 2 fiscal years. I'm trying to pull that back up in my slides, but I mean, if it were me, but I don't run the village, and I know you guys have particular needs and priorities, but I wouldn't want the fund balance available as a percentage of expenses to go down much more. I mean, it's been trending downward the last 3 fiscal years, but I don't know what the intent or where that's going to go. But I mean, I wouldn't want that to be from 60% down to 30%, or that would be the only thing. But that's sort of that's a management decision. I mean, I'm just, that would be my commentary.
All right, so if I hear you right, Lee, we have too much money. It's the biggest problem.
No, I would stay where you are as far as reserve, as far as your general fund reserve would be my 2 cents.
Great,
And,
thank you.
and I can speak to that as well. Part of the reason why you're seeing the reserves go down is because we built them up in anticipation of projects that had been approved, Village Hall Park being one, co-payments on roundabouts and on the loop being more. So we do build them up. We know and plan ahead what fiscal year we're going to spend them. What Lee's just noticing in the financials is that we've actually started spending this money that we've been saving for a number of years, and that's why you're seeing it drop. But because these projects are almost complete and we don't have a lot more coming, we won't see it dipping. At least the unassigned fund balance wouldn't be dipping as much as it has in the last couple of years.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Lee, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks. You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is a presentation from Rachel Holzman, the Assistant Director for Union County Economic Development.
So I'll introduce Rachel. She's with Union County Economic Development. Union County started an initiative last year as a result of a meeting that they had with several municipalities in Union County. And basically what she is doing is having a partnership with a group called Retail Strategies, where they go in and look at vacant storefronts, and she try to matches the trending analysis for what types of businesses are looking for the demographics in the places that have vacant storefronts, essentially. So I'll let you take it over from there.
And I'm pulling up the presentation.
No, you're good. That was a perfect explanation of what I'm here for today. And yeah, so we'll just dive a little bit further into the details. Otherwise, it's relatively brief. But thank you all for having me here today. I think these are all new faces from the last time I came to present. So thank you all for your time. Like Manager Amos said, my name is Rachel Holzman. I'm from Union County Economic Development Department. We have officially been with Union County, serving all 14 municipalities for just over a year now. Previously, we had a different structured economic development office, so we're very excited to be able to partner with each of our 14 municipalities. And being able to bring retail strategies to service all of them as well. We've been working with Retail Strategies. This is our 4th contract now, so we're in our 10th year working with Retail Strategies. They're based out of Alabama, so they are very familiar with Union County and very excited to be expanded to everybody. First, I just want to give a little background information on economic development. We could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. No, you're good. So economic development mission statement, what is it that we really do? Our job is to create job opportunities for our community and increase our tax base, all of which is here to improve our quality of life. So whether that is helping support our existing industries or if that's recruiting new industries, our goal is to create jobs and capital investment, all of which to improve the quality of life. If we go to the next slide, please. Union County right now sits at a 90-10 split for our residential to industrial tax base ratio. So 90% of our tax base currently comes from our residents and their property taxes, while 10% currently comes from our non-residential. So that is anything else. So that is any of our manufacturers, any of our retail, commercial, all of that is within our 10% range. Our goal is to try and help make that a little bit more proportional. So economic developers, they say, so those are regional statistics, say that, or excuse me, national statistics say that it should be more of a 60-40 split. So the tax burden should fall on our non-residential taxpayers a little bit more than we currently are right now. So our charge from the county commissioners is to help improve that ratio, bringing more industrial, commercial, industrial tax base to our community. If you could go to the next slide, please. Our industry targets right now, so again, these are charged and approved by our county commissioners, is our precision manufacturing, food system, so anything agriculture related, office headquarters, healthcare, and retail. And of course, today I'm here to talk to you all about retail. If you don't mind, the next slide. Retail Strategies. So as Manager Amos mentioned, Retail Strategies is one of our partners, now extended to all of our counties, municipalities, and Marvin is a great municipality for our retail growth. You have a high number of rooftops, which is that metric that I'm sure you all have probably heard of before. How many rooftops do you have? And while we're talking about our residential to non-residential, in this case, it is good that you have some rooftops. That helps bring in our retail recruitment. And your close proximity to Charlotte, so you'll have matriculation in from Mecklenburg County, some into Marvin, where that would help benefit your rooftop count for the types of industries that you would be able to recruit here to the town, or excuse me, village of Marvin. So your team here, Joshua Davis and Zach Price, those are our key representatives. We have contracted with them, again, at the cost of Union County from our economic development budget. So this is not a cost to the village of Marvin. But Joshua and Zach are great partners. They go out to all the retail trade shows, and they hold the relationships with all of the big franchises here in the U.S., and they help recruit them here. They run all of the metrics, they go to the trade shows, and they do all of the boots on the ground work. They also work with all of our local storefronts, any land available even, so they'll work with developers to try and see what type of industry that could be recruited into that parcel. They're the best. They've been great partners of ours. So retail strategy, next slide, please. So again, pleased to partner generating new retail communication that wouldn't otherwise happen. That is a whole other side of economic development. The recruitment that we do in-house is primarily industrial and your precision manufacturing. So we let them handle all of that retail. And then we have frequent meetings with them, just giving updates, and then any information we can share back with the town as well. We'll make sure to keep you all in the loop with that. And then they have one boots on the ground visit each year. So we're working on getting that scheduled for this calendar year, where they'll come and actually walk through the market and hopefully have some very productive meetings with some of our landowners. Next slide, please. Looking at some of the retail wins that we've had, again, these wins were predominantly within the city of Monroe, as that's where the contract was previously held exclusively. So Burlington Coat Factory, Bath and Body Works, Caribou Coffee, some logos that you might recognize. So looking at those big franchises, those nationally traded companies are the type of industries or retail industries that they look at recruiting. All right, next slide, which is my last slide. Just seeing if you all have any questions. It's at high level, so I'm happy to dive in a little deeper for you all if you're interested. Again, this is at no cost to the village of Marvin. This is all coming out of the county's economic development budget, and we appreciate the partnership that we have had with your team here at the village of Marvin. They've been great to work with, and so yes, thank you for your partnership.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question here. So we were looking at the county numbers, and currently they stand at like 90 to 10% ratio. I think we ran an analysis that Jill did from a Marvin perspective, and we were about 98.4 to 1.6%. Now that's prior to some of the commercial projects that we recently approved coming online, but certainly, you know, I know nationally you mentioned 60 to 40%. You know, if Union County is looking to increase that, maybe theirs eventually ends up 80, 20%. And maybe Marvin, you know, might be 95 to 5 is the right number or whatever. But, you know, I know one of the big concerns that we as residents of the county have had is revaluations and tax increases. Does that increase in commercial typically help residential folks from a tax perspective? Because the commercial is taking up less services, or are there more services in some cases that need to be invested in for commercial?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, actually. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, the goal of recruiting or expanding our industrial and commercial tax base is to reduce that burden on our residents. So, as you can imagine, residents do require a lot of services from fire, police, schools, road infrastructure, other utilities, and that is very costly. So at this point with our heavy residential growth, which I'm not saying is necessarily bad, because we do need residents in order to fill jobs. So that's not what my messaging is. My messaging is recruiting more or expanding our commercial and industrial base helps take that tax burden away from our residents, as they typically have a higher property tax value and require less services. They're not looking, they don't need schools. Yes, their employees have children who are in the schools, but that falls on the residential side of the tax base. But they're not, they're still contributing, therefore, on the industrial and commercial tax base without requiring the service. Does that make sense? I might have made that a little confusing there. But so that would be the goal. And yes, the Village of Marvin might not have an ideal ratio of 60-40. That's like the magic number that we economic developers reference as a good average. But that might not be the best for what you all are looking for. And that guidance from you all of what your goal is important to what my office is doing. So if you're sitting here and in conversations, we find a better use for a parcel rather than a precision manufacturer, then that's absolutely fine, and that's what's best for your community. So my goal is not to come in here and tell you, you guys need to change your method here. The goal is to provide this service at no cost to you all if you are all interested in continuing and engaging in it, and with the effort to reduce that tax burden on the residents. So thank you for bringing that comment up.
Yeah, one thing that I'd be interested in us looking at internally is if we could estimate, based upon the projects that we've, already implemented from a square footage standpoint, where do we think that will eventually get us, from a change in that balance, just so we know those numbers kind of going forward. And the only other thing I'd say is that much of the population in Union County lives along the borders of Mecklenburg and Lancaster, where there are significant commercial areas. And yeah, it's nice to have those places to shop, but we're losing all those tax dollars. So some of it's just trying to keep a little bit more here at home for our services.
Councilman Barisic, are you saying basically get the square footage estimates of what projects are coming to fruition in the next couple of years and add that out for the percentage?
Yeah, so we recently approved over the last 2 years a couple of projects, and it would be interesting if we took the square footage approved for those and kind of compared it to Publix, and the impact that has on our distribution and base. It'd be interesting to just kind of try to estimate and project that out.
I think that's probably something you can do. Rachel has the upcoming projects and the total square footage, and I think she can probably project out those numbers pretty easily. So if you can do that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Rachel, this is Tom Eck. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very helpful. One thing I'd like to get your opinion on, or the opinion of the experts, is, we know Marvin is somewhere 98, and it's not the ideal mix. What, in the opinion of your opinion or the expert's opinion, is the ideal mix for a place like Marvin? Or what should we be, really what I'm looking for is like what ought to be our target and our goal so we can, measure ourselves and measure our progress.
No, that's a great question. I think having a goal or a metric to follow is part of your strategic planning, right? Like that's an important thing to be able to look at. I don't have that magic number for you all, unfortunately. I'm happy to dive into some further research to see what comparable towns such as yours would look like throughout the East Coast. I'm happy to dive into that. I do think, however, it varies on what it is that you are looking for. So some of that charge will come to the active board and, of course, your staff of what does that look like? What is your interest? But yeah, that didn't exactly answer your question.
It would if you give me the information you're talking about. I mean, that sounds great. I mean, and it doesn't, I'm not necessarily saying that, that will be what we'll
Of
do.
course.
But just kind of get a benchmark of, where we are relative to other, municipalities of our size.
I think being able for you all to also internally look at what is the tax revenue that you're able to collect, and is that meeting your needs? So if you are feeling stretched, then maybe that's how we can help guide looking at more industrial, commercial, retail growth.
Well, I definitely think my personal opinion, it is obviously stretched with respect to homeowners. So it would be great to get that diversity. And
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what that number ought to look like.
Yeah, I'm happy to do
what's
some research
realistic?
and look. Yep, sure,
Thanks.
yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for coming, Rachel.
Thank you all for having me. Nice to meet you all.
All right, so next up is the presentation from AMT Engineering and Road Maintenance. Are they here?
They are.
Okay.
They're coming. They were listening for their cue. So I'll introduce Philip Moxley. He's kind of our head engineer that works primarily on roads and various things. The gentleman beside him is Mike Lopez. He's kind of our boots on the ground guy that we mainly deal with on all of our consulting engineer. And then we have a gentleman in the back, Gary Miller. He actually is the one who manufactures the product of the fog seal. So he'll come in and kind of tell you a little bit about that product and what it has been proven to do. He actually has a really good, interesting fact for you about it being environmental friendly as well. So I'll turn it over to you guys. There's a lot to unpack here.
Do you want to start with the presentation?
Yeah, so I'll just read a couple of things from the memo. I did want to mention to you that inside of your agenda packets, I did put in the PAL bill participation. Approximately 505 municipalities across the state are in the road business. They accept PAL bill dollars. There are 552 municipalities in the state, so this equates to a 92%. 92% of municipalities maintain their own roads in North Carolina. I was asked some questions about full depth reclamation. Their presentation will get into that slightly so you guys can hear from them. The presentation, they'll also show the methodology behind their scoring, that they did the survey in 2024. It was adopted in 2025. Marvin at that time had about 92, all roads were listed over 92%, and he'll get into more information on that. I did put in the history of road acceptance in your agenda packets as well. We got into the road acceptance business in 2012, but with the majority of those roads really not being taken over until 2019-ish. And then last, in the memo, I gave you some considerations. Obviously, we know we're here today because we have to come up with a restorative maintenance plan. We have a preventative maintenance plan now, and that's primarily because we have new roads. Like I said, the majority of those roads weren't into our system until 2018, 2019, so that's just a few years ago. At some point in the near future, we do need to come up with some type of restorative maintenance plan, and that's what they're here to present. Some things to consider as they're presenting is what I call a rotational cycle plan, and you guys can weave this in if you want to, but essentially taking where we accepted roads and not planning to resurface those until the 20, 30 years that they would be finished. So roughly 2018, we took over 8 miles of road. 20 years from there, 2038 is when we would plan to resurface those roads. That's something to consider. Another caveat to consider is residential versus connector roads. There's a large portion of our subdivisions that don't have a major thoroughfare. You've got a lot of subdivisions that have a main road, And then you've got little cul-de-sac roads. Obviously, the cul-de-sac roads should last a little longer because they're not as well-traveled as the main connector roads. So you could do a percentage of 20%, 20-year resurfacing on the main roads, and the the cul-de-sac roads being more 25, 30. You guys can talk about that if you want to as well. And then I just wanted to also mention in the idea of saving for resurfacing is we can't save PAL bill dollars more than 5 years. So if we were going to do some type of savings with PAL bill, we need to backload that instead of front-loading it. And then last but not least, I did mention the possibility of having a financial advisor come in and do some modeling, and that would really outline more of like the tax, like what you just heard, some of the tax impact long-term, and how that kind of outlines other projects like the fading amortization of the Village Hall, which should be done in 2035-ish. So right around the time we would start needing some savings, and I don't want to take any further away from you guys, but that's kind of a brief intro.
Just make sure you turn that mic on.
Went green? We good? All right. So we'll jump right into it. We're here to talk about roads, and the screen here is some of the topics we're going to hit. So I thought I would just start by giving you just a little bit of background on how we come up with a pavement condition survey number, just what we look at in the field. So we follow the NCDOT's methodology for rating roads. It is a visual survey. So we're in the field with like an iPad, and we have a GIS program so they can see the map of the village roads. And so they'll click on a map, and it'll pop up a screen for them to fill out ratings for distresses that they see on the road. So alligator cracking is a common one, generally cracking in the wheel path, generally associated with a load-associated failure. So they're going to look at that and either rate it none, light, moderate, or severe. And basically all these are sort of based on severity of the distress and the quantity of the distress. And there's a whole manual on basically how to do this, but we won't get into those details. Transverse cracking is another popular one. Again, none, light, moderate, severe is what it's going to be rated. That particular one, you have to have at least half the section to even call light. And again, you're looking at the severity of the crack. And that crack generally runs across the road. Rutting is a surface depression, usually in the wheel path. Of course, the deeper the depression, the worse the rating's going to be. That can be caused by hot weather, inadequate compaction. Could also be in the subgrade as well instead of the pavement. Raveling, we don't rate raveling on plant mix roads. We do QA ratings for the state, and of course they have a lot of chip seal roads. Same thing as BST road, reference here in the slide. So that probably wouldn't apply here at Marvin. And then on the right-hand side, oxidation, that's either rated none or severe. Bleeding, that's sort of the shiny film you see on the pavement when there's excess asphalt. Ride quality, that's rated. There's actually no point deduction for that. Patching, light, moderate, severe, percentage of the section that is patched. If you do have a section where there's overlays, where it's full width overlays, that's 50 foot or more, that would not count against the road. So going to the next slide, once we do that and put all that data in the system, it's like a point deduction type value. So every road starts out at 100, and depending on the distresses that were observed, you deduct those points from 100 and you come up with the pavement condition rating. And so the example here at the bottom, this particular road had 20% light alligator, moderate rutting, light patching. And so that shows you the calculation on how you get to the 68.4. All right. We'll go to the next slide. So I threw this one in here. This is just sort of a summary of compilation of scores over the years that we've done, resulting from the pavement condition survey. And up at the top, NCDOT uses 80 to 100 as a good road, 60 to 79 as a fair road, and 0 to 59 as a poor road. So you can see 2024, we're 92.56% in the good. So that's above 80%, and that is probably the envy of a lot of towns. Most towns is not going to see that. I was looking at some of the NCDOT numbers just as reference, and there was one division that was that was below 70. This is their secondary system. This was actually up in the mountains, so probably Hurricane Helene affected some of the scoring there. But there was a handful of divisions that were in the 70s. More than I thought were actually in the 80s as rated as percent good. So that's just NCDOT maintains about 60,000 secondary roads, so they've got a big system to take care of. But again, this is excellent. Gives you a lot of freedom to do various things to your system. This is just a example of a roadway life cycle performance curve. You have your pavement condition on the vertical axis and the pavement age on the horizontal. So the theory here is to spend dollars in the good part of the curve. You can spend $1 in the good part between 80 and 100 and save dollars, say down at the 40 pavement index part of the curve, where you would probably spend, maybe $8. So that's sort of the theory behind this. And again, you got to remember, these are guidelines. It doesn't mean if you've got a road below 80, you couldn't do a pavement preservation treatment. In the right situation, those things are a little variable. But this just gives you a good guideline on sort of what the performance curve would look like. All right, any questions so far? All right. The next slide is just a picture. These are some drone shots we took from our fog seals this year. And Charlie Miller's here somewhere. He's the sales rep for Asphalt System Incorporated. I was going to let him say a few words about fog seals.
Well, guys, thank you again. My name is Charlie Miller with Asphalt Systems Incorporated. I told these guys I would be quick. First of all, we certainly appreciate you using the product. ASI, Asphalt Systems Incorporates, manufactures GSB products. That stands for Gilsonite Sealer Binder. That is a Gilsonite-based product. It is also used by the FAA in aviation seal coats. That technology came from testing from the Department of Defense, which also uses our product. So the same product you have on your streets is what is used in aviation-grade seal coat for the FAA and the DoD. Added benefit to all this, I was talking last week with Christina, our company, we're the only company in the asphalt industry certified for sustainability by Green Circles and ASTM. I can forward those links or information to anybody that would like that, but no, not only are you using the best product you can use, it's also an environmentally safe product.
All right. I wasn't sure if you was familiar with the fog seals or seen any of the work, but these are good pictures to show you sort of what it looks like.
Philip, before you move on, can you tell them briefly about the polymer addition?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so obviously we have our product, which is Gilsonite based. That in itself makes it a very rigid, very strong, very durable product. What you can also do to any asphalt product that has a water base like ours is you can add the addition of polymer. Polymers are basically a multiplier effect in anything that you're working with when it comes to pavements. By adding 1% of polymer, you get a tremendous benefit to your overall longevity, strength, and basically value for your dollar for what you're investing in. By adding an additional 2%, you even go more than what you had with 1. So it's exponential in that regard. So we have certainly recommended that increasing your polymer to 2% on your products going forward gives you a lot more return on your investment. I'm not sure if you had any other questions.
Thank you for that.
In what way?
Yeah, can you quantify that in the lifespan of the product's useful?
I would say that you're probably adding with polymer, well, I'm just guessing off the top of my head, maybe a 5 to 10% increase in cost. It may not be that much, but probably 5%. You're probably getting a 15% return on that, on the increase in what you're doing. Polymer, just so you know, is not something that we manufacture. Polymer is something we buy as an additive to add to it. Personally, as a sales guy, I would rather you buy more of our asphalt. That's where we make our money. But the polymer makes our product perform better so that you want to use it more and longer. But it certainly is a very good return on the investment to use.
So in terms of lifespan, are we looking at adding a year or 2 years before we have to fog seal again? What are we looking at?
So the Department of Defense study I cited referenced regular GSB, as I understand that study, and gave you an average of a 5-year return on roughly a 70-plus PCI pavement. That doesn't mean you're always going to get 5 years. That's just when you average out the roads that you do. By adding a percentage of polymer, I would estimate that you're probably looking at another half year of life. It could be more, depending on where it put down and where the road was. And the 2% may get it up to an additional year of return on your investment.
And I will note too, and Philip, you could speak to this, but the first year we did fog seal, we did a more diluted version. I think it was more of a 1-to-2 ratio.
So 1-to-1 ratio was your first one.
The 1-to-1, and then last year we did
2-to-1.
2-to-1. So I don't remember specifically the years where we did the first fog seal. I think it was actually in your subdivision, so you might be seeing a little bit more of a decrease in that because the diluted version was what we tried initially, and we found that it didn't work quite as good, so we kind of bumped it up last year.
So what would be the expected difference in lifespan going from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1?
So you're adding about 15% more residual asphalt when you do the 2-to-1. So I would think by numbers, you should have another 15% increase in there. Basically, the way the asphalt emulsion work is your 1-to-1 is 1 water to 1 polymer. A 2-to-1 is 2 emulsions to 1 water. We even do a 3-to-1. You can at some point even get up to concentrate. What happens is, as you apply it though, depending on how much material your street can take at a certain time, the material begins to run off, and that's not good. The material has to set for a certain amount of time to sink in. And just so everyone understands, our material is designed to be more like a stain and less like a paint. It goes into your pavement, which is where you get your benefit. One of the drawbacks to that is people will go out there a year later and go, it's faded, it's gone. It was black, beautiful to begin with, now it's faded, I guess it's gone. We're there to seal the product, which means when you take a glass of water and you go over and pour it on pavement that has been treated, you should watch that water just set and sit and sit. Hopefully it will run off based off the crown of the road eventually. When you pour it on untreated pavement, you should notice the water going right in. And what happens, what we generally tell people if they're concerned about it's faded, is go take a glass of water and go out there and pour on it and watch it hold. Remember, it's a sealer. The fact that it colors it beautiful jet black is a byproduct, a wonderful byproduct. I wish it would stay that way, but even a brand new paved road fades just like our material. So just
How would that affect cracking? And maybe that's a question more for you guys, but would I expect to see like the transverse cracks in a fog-sealed road versus a non-fog-sealed road? Would that be slower or quicker?
Okay, so hopefully you don't have any cracks when you're putting it down. So if you're putting it down before you have cracks, yes, that should certainly keep the cracking from happening. Once you have cracks, you got to crack seal it. If it's too small to be crack sealed, the product will help a little bit in that regard. The problem is, the sooner you apply these products, the more you get in return. So if you wait till after the damage starts, it's very difficult for a fog seal treatment or any, shall we say, less expensive a treatment to do a lot for you. You know, once it's down into the core, you've got to go to what I call core repairs, or it becomes more of a stabilizing effect. It's kind of keeping it to there within reason.
Can either you or Philip speak to where that threshold is? Because I think that's where we need to understand, like, what requires a crack seal versus what types of cracking would this product feel. And I know we did do crack sealing at the last fog seal application we did just a couple months ago, but there were some questions about, well, why didn't certain places get crack sealed? Or so there is a difference when what you actually crack seal versus what you don't.
Yeah, like in my mind, when we're crack sealing, I'm looking at like something maybe 1/8 of an inch and larger. You can't, like when you're out there doing crack sealing, you don't want to chase every little small crack, because you have a hand wand and some of them aren't consistent. So, you just get sealing everywhere and you're not really accomplishing a whole lot. But a lot of the transverse cracks are pretty true that run across the road. So 1/8 of an inch and larger. Now this product will seal some smaller cracks. If you can come up with something that will prevent cracking, you would make a whole lot of money, because that's hard to do. A lot of times, DOT will want to put down like a chip seal as a barrier between the old and the new for that crack to have to penetrate through. But eventually it's going to come through. But you can't really expect a fog seal to prevent the crack from coming through. It's just, it's not going to do it.
So, would it be accurate to say that like a fog seal is kind of an ideal product to take a really good condition road and make sure that it stays that way for as long as possible, but it's
That's
not
right.
really a magic bullet for
That's exactly
a broken down road?
If you keep it good and keep the binder from getting brittle, it'll flex more and, resist the crack. But once the crack comes, it's going to come.
How often would you recommend fog sealing a road versus mill and fill?
Fog seal, just generally about 5 years worth of life.
And that's on neighborhood roads? Okay.
Yeah. But, the weather and the traffic, it's all variable, but, for a subdivision road, I guess Charlie would agree, I hope, that 5 years would be a target.
Yeah, 5 years would be optimal. That would be a good place to put it at.
So one of the issues I noticed with many of our residential roads, some of them older roads, is that especially you see breakdowns at the edges of the roads. What do you do to kind of analyze or, measure the issues that you have with the crumbling at the edges of the roads? And typically it's because you may not have enough kind of base built up on the sides and things like that. But do you look specifically at that?
Now, most Marvin roads are curb and gutter, so when you're saying the edge of the road, are you talking about at the gutter line, or I'm not quite understanding?
There's a number of our older neighborhoods that don't have curbs
Okay,
and gutter. So especially on those, when you have, trash trucks and things like that coming to the edge of the street, you see a lot of breakdowns at the edges.
right.
And I'm just wondering how you account for those when you rate roads, how you account for those
Yeah.
and the maintenance that those roads specifically need.
Yeah, that would get picked up under the alligator cracking. You can have alligator cracking on the edge. And then once it gets so bad, it'll develop into a pothole. And that's also comes into play as part of the rating, deducting points for percentages of potholes throughout the section that you're rating. So that definitely gets picked up.
And is that generally cured, though, by raising up whatever is outside the pavement there? Does the fact that it falls off tend to exacerbate those issues?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes just functionally, the road may be too narrow, depending on what kind of traffic's using it. If they're riding more on the edge and it's heavier loads, it's probably not gonna hold up. Sometimes you can, you just have a weak area. Union County's, really not known for great soils. So sometimes you get into like, digging out the bad material and putting it back with full depth asphalt to fix your problem.
Getting back to mill and fill, how often on average do you have to do that with a neighborhood road?
Neighborhood roads, 20 years is probably a popular number for that. That don't mean you can't get more. Like Christina said earlier, your cul-de-sac roads with less traffic, it's probably going to last a little bit longer. Secondary roads at DOT, if you've got a heavily secondary road, heavily traveled, I had problems getting 12 years out of some pavements. So it just, when you have truck loadings, that sort of changes the game. It takes a whole lot of cars to make up for one truck. So in these residential roads, you have your garbage trucks and gas trucks and whatever, and that's hopefully the heaviest thing unless you've got construction, and then you have all the building loads that comes in. So that's really where the wear and tear comes. Even sometimes when we're trying to improve some of these older subdivision roads, you have to be really careful with your loading when you're paving and not tear up the road you're coming in on. So sometimes we'll spec out, whole lot loads or whatever we think's best to get the job done.
So in the case that John had pointed out, like these older roads that are perhaps too narrow or they don't have a curb and gutter, would the solution there, especially thinking forward over time to more traffic and more homes possibly coming in, that the road would need to be widened or dug out and redone and like a full reclamation, brand new road?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, your typical section is going to dictate what you can do in the field. Do you have any right of way? So a lot of times we want to widen the road, but the physical constraints in the field, make it difficult. Or you might have utilities that come into play that have to be relocated, and that can get expensive. But yeah, certainly there's cases where you can, mill out on each side of the road and widen it, whatever the environment allows.
But if it isn't possible, then you have to kind of account for more in terms of maintenance because of those issues where trucks might be running on the side
Absolutely.
and breaking it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, oftentimes what I notice is it seems almost like the shoulder off the side of the road needs to be built up higher, to the level of the road where there's not so much of just a drop off.
Right, I agree.
So I have a question for you because I don't deal in square yards, I deal in miles. So I was trying to figure out how much it cost roughly to fog seal a mile worth of road versus mill and fill? And maybe that's a hard number to get to, but based on the information we got from some of the roads, would you say that to fog seal, it's about 50,000 per mile versus mill and fill is closer to 265?
You're gonna make me do math. So for a 24-foot road at $3.25, that's 45,760.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that 19 is also, and so to mill and fill that same road, it's like 267, 520.
Okay, so it's very close. Thank you.
All right, and so these are some estimated numbers for the fog seal. As we just said, 325, crack sealing, 85 cents a linear foot. That's how we're paying the current contractor. A lot of times that's paid by the pound. And so the milling field's 19 per square yard. And again, these are, it depends on, how many miles you're letting. If you let really small quantities, you're going to get higher prices. And then all the way down to your full depth reclamation, where you're up to about $30 a square yard.
And the 20 years that you were talking about, that's 20 years between you got to do a mill and fill, or, okay.
Yes.
Not full cost, right? Could you tell, I don't know if you're going to get to this, but could you talk a little bit about the cost reclamation, like how the reclamation, like
Full
how
depth
often that comes?
reclamation?
Yeah. How that comes into play,
Um,
or when that comes into play. I mean,
Yeah.
would we be looking at that realistically if we took good care of our roads?
Yeah, probably not. But, I know other towns that have done it in subdivisions, for various reasons. A lot of the roads were like really, really bad. Some things about full depth reclamation, the quality of the contractor is going to matter a little bit more. It's a little bit harder to do. Mixing it homogeneously, compacting it, you're in a subdivision and you have manholes and water valves and cul-de-sacs and getting the cement spread consistently and compacted consistently, it's just harder to do. It's dusty when you're offloading cement, there's a big dust cloud, and if the wind's blowing over on your homes, they're probably not gonna like that.
It's usually last case scenario as well. If you got a good sub base, there's not much of a point to do an FDR.
So it
Whenever
sounds
you're
like
doing
it's pretty-
FDR, you're grinding all of that up and rebuilding it from,
Sounds like it'd be a rarity regardless.
Before I retired DOT, subdivision roads are like their lowest priority. So you always run out of money before you get there. And so finally one year, I guess we had some excess money and we was looking at all these subdivision roads and literally some of them had no work in probably 40 years. And so, we used a variety of different scopes. We did reclaim some of them. Some of them we milled all the asphalt off, and paid back. Some of them we used like some chip seal interlayers and paved on top of that. So we just looked at each one separately and tried to do the best treatment for that road. We did a bunch of full depth reclamation and I like it a bunch. But you still have to put it on the right road. And you will get like some shrinkage cracks with the full depth that'll come back that's aesthetically sometimes don't look that good. And you can crack seal them, but that would be another drawback from the full depth.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next slide, I guess. All right, these last slides are just some other NCDOT roads. This is Providence Ridge. I think these two roads come up in NCDOT's priority to resurface, maybe at a little bit of nudging from us, but so these were paved, I think, maybe 2024, 23 area. The roads on this screen are under contract by NCDOT to improve.
We've already adopted these. We've already taken these into our system. These?
We have not Providence Glen.
No, these should still be under construction technically.
Marvin Creek, sorry.
I'd say by the end of this year, hopefully, all of those will be improved. Same with the next slide in Wyndham Hall. And so these were just a result of our negotiations for the village to take over all the roads. We got DOT to improve these roads prior to that takeover.
Philip, before you move on from that, can you just speak to how that works briefly? Obviously, you guys try to go out every year and get them to do as much as we can. It's kind of a gentleman's agreement. There's no agreement in place that says, hey, if you do X, we'll do Y. But it is something that they try to work with DOT every year when they see how much, funding they have in different buckets. And that's pretty much the gist. But
Yeah, like I said earlier, subdivision roads are NCDOT's lowest priority. So getting them to improve a subdivision road used to be really, really hard. So when I retired, like, NCDOT didn't have any money. When I left, they were broke. Probably 5 years afterwards, and that's just how the state budget goes. I mean, it's a roller coaster, up and down. You don't really know from year to year what you're going to get. But they did hit a period of time where, they were getting funded very well. So we sort of lucked out and got them to program some Village of Marvin roads. Now that Hurricane Helene's come through, that funding's probably going back the other way. So we just happened to hit the right window. But yeah, I mean, we know most of those guys, and I think we just bug them enough that they just want to get rid of us. So, but it used to be like you would get to the end of your funding, and if you had an extra, $500,000, you might look for a subdivision road to do. But we try to work with them regularly to meet needs that come up here. So the last one, Valhalla Farms, was another set of roads that come up. I think this was about 2023 that got improved as well. So there's really about a little over 9 miles of roads that are in the process of being improved that can be considered for addition at some time. Okay, I think Michael handed out a spreadsheet that's got the village's, what we call the 5-year plan.
yeah, I handed the bigger portion. It's a really big sheet. It's got the 5-year plan, it's the PCS. And then I also handed out their restorative maintenance projections in terms of savings needed.
So this is listed by Village of Marvin roads. It's got a block. Second page, NCDOT's got a block. And then they're listed by the PCS score of 100 and decreasing as you go down the page for each block.
And Philip, are you done with the presentation for now?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
just to make sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Yeah, I tried to put this on there, but it's just so big you can't really read it. So in looking at this, like our target number to hit as far as a budget, you can see the totals on page 2 was like $150,000. The target, like when you do fog seals, they have to mix the product in Charlotte, so there's like a minimum square yards that they like to see. A lot of the contractors are out of town, but you generally get better bids from those guys that do it all the time and know what they're doing. So But generally, like 40,000 square yards would be a target for a fog seal contract. So that come into play in developing this as well. The color codes are that just sort of helps me know which subdivision each road's in. But I guess one thing to remember is, this is not intended to be a static plan. It's, you just want to have a plan and you want to change it to meet the needs that Marvin has going forward. So it's always intended to change.
So we have a policy to update this PCS every 5 years, every 3 to 5 years, it says. So this was done in 2024, but adopted in 2025. So we don't have plans to do this until 2029-ish, again, just so you all are aware.
So the next time, we want to do a fog seal, we're going to relook at what the plan is for the next year and just make sure it still makes sense. And sometimes there's just little tweaking that needs to be done to satisfy that.
I think we're going to have to update it before 2029, Christina.
Well, it would seem that we'd need to fog seal every year in order to do all 20 miles.
Yeah.
So I think we'd be looking at more often. But I have a question about the PCS scores that I couldn't really figure out. Is it seems, and I guess it's because what caused you to arrive at that PCS score, that would have a different treatment recommendation. Like it's not apples to apples. Like a 80 PCS score isn't always mill and fill, it seems. Like sometimes an 80 is crack seal. Sometimes it's mill and fill. Sometimes it's something else.
So one of the things we do when we ride and rate the roads, I'll have our technician to go ahead and recommend a treatment for the road. Because he's out there, he's looking at it. And so we'll have a menu on the iPad and he'll pick what he thinks is appropriate for it. And then when we're QAing all the data, we sort of double check behind that.
Like you could have a road that just says a 70, and it might be a 70 because of rutting versus alligator cracking.
Okay.
Cracking you can do with fog seal, crack seal. Rutting, you got to mill and fill.
Right.
So there's different treatment options.
Before we get too far, I just want to make sure I understood something you just said. Did you say we need to fog seal all 20 miles every year?
No.
Well, no, if we're gonna fog seal every 5 years,
Make sure the 20 gets
so then
encompassed
either
in
we're
that
gonna
5 year.
do 20, in 1 year,
Yeah.
or we're gonna stagger it. which
When
is
I think that's
probably-
how you guys had initially planned, is the plan should, in essence, account for all miles within that 5 years. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I mean, new roads that are being taken over, like Broadmoor, for example, you're not going to fog seal that next year. So that's
Right.
going to be on the next plan. So you might see a road on there that don't have, plans in the next 5 years to be fog sealed, and that's kind of why. But
I would just say the most important thing is if you're going to do preventative type treatments is just do it in the window where the road's still in pretty good shape. Whether you do it every year, every other year, as long as you're meeting that sort of threshold, you're going to be fine.
Well, I'm thinking just from a cost standpoint, if we own 25 miles of roads right now, if we tackle 5 miles every year, if we fog seal 5 miles every year and have it on a rotating basis, so in that 6th year, we go back to what we did year 1 and fog seal that again, that's kind of what I'm thinking we need to plan for.
I feel like that's, to Christina's point, that's kind of what we're already doing. On the PCOS survey, I believe it's broken down by years, and there's like an X, and it tells you in which particular year that particular road is going to be done. I think we were prioritizing based on the score, but I think in essence, we are making sure that everybody's getting done within that time frame. And then they might jump around based on condition of the road, so like.
The only issue that I see is the budget, because if it's $50,000 per mile and we're doing 5 miles, we should be budgeting $250,000 a year just for fog seal. And right now, fog seal, we have 150 every other year. So I think we just need to relook at what we're doing.
Yeah, if you guys are going to change the plan, we'll definitely need to look at changing the amount of money we're allocating to it, for sure.
Well, and that's where I had suggested at the retreat, is that the previous council had decided to do $150,000 every other year for fog sealing, whereas the off years, they were taking over additional, whatever it would cost to take over some level of additional DOT roads. So that's kind of how they structured their plan. If you want to take off the cost share for the DOT and just let DOT handle theirs, then that might be another way you can free up some funding from there. The only caveat to that is, you know, you've got a group of residents that aren't in Marvin's roadway that want to have equal treatment. So you just have to, you know, figure out how to address those particular road. Wyndham Hall, for example, Bridle Path, they're paying tax dollars, and their roads obviously are not being to a certain standard as Providence Estates, for example. So that's just one of the balancing points you'll have to consider.
I mean, is there a kind of easier way for us to digest this, right? So if the fog sealing is really great, assuming you have like a PCS of like, I don't know, 95 higher, maybe 90 higher, right? Then that's the optimum time to apply a product like that to get the maximum benefit. But then there's like some places where the PCS score is 100, but it's getting split sealed and like an inch of asphalt on top of it. And then there's places with a PCS score of 70 that's getting crack seal and fog
So
seal.
Like some of those sheets you're looking at that's got those scope of work is what we negotiated with NCDOT. So like if I'm negotiating with NCDOT, I'm not gonna start out asking them to fog seal it.
Right.
Like, I want them to resurface it. They might say yes, you know, and they pretty much did. Now, they could have argued, oh, this road's 80, I think we can crack seal and fog seal that road. And they would have been right. But, you know, in some of those cases too, like, we're talking about a subdivision. So do you want to like resurface 3 of the roads and fog seal 2 of them? Or if they was going to do the fog seal, they might not have had enough quantity to actually justify the contractor getting the product and mixing it, you know. So there's those kind of issues too. But I think you're seeing some of those NCDOT scope that we negotiated for them to do to improve the road before the village took it.
Okay,
So we wanted to get as much out of them as we could.
understood.
So real quick, Philip, just to kind of wrap this around to the actual sort of, this document you guys put together. What are your, so the numbers you guys came up with is roughly $12 million for preventative and restorative. Now that's for 30 miles of road, so that's assuming we take over, you know, the other 10 miles that are in question, with Bridle Path, Providence Glen, Wyndham Hall, those types of roads. What are your feelings towards, what I mentioned earlier, is doing that kind of allocation of plan on resurfacing those when we take them on, so it's like this rotating cycle?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a reasonable way to go about doing it.
So in essence, this number could spread out from 10 years to
Oh, yeah.
potentially greater than that, because you're only planning for the resurfacing when those,
Right.
when those come onto the
Right.
board. So this basically could be changed, is what
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to get to. The second thing is, what do you feel about the percentage share with planning, let's say 80% of the roads being done in 2 years versus 20% being done in 25, 30? And you have to figure out what percentage is connected versus,
Mhm.
you know, complete residential roads, but what are your feelings on that?
Yeah, again, I think that's reasonable. The only thing you can run into is, like I said, sometimes you go in there to improve a little short cul-de-sac and you have to drive a mile on a collector road to get to it. You just got to be careful you're not tearing up your collector road to get there. That's the only reason I would say do it while you're there versus not doing it. But I do think you can get more life out of that short cul-de-sac. So from a budget standpoint,
Well, the main reason I ask this is if this council wants to look at this plan and actually come up with something that's pragmatic and the absolute least tax increase that is,
Right.
that is needed. So we're just trying to come up with a way to see what is reasonable.
I think that's a good starting point to work from.
Is your mic muted?
Sorry. Basically, I just asked Philip to give his commentary on the connector road versus residential road strategy of planning for a percentage of roads being resurfaced in 20-year cycle, and then a percentage being resurfaced in a 30-year cycle, based on traffic volumes, essentially. And then I also asked him his thought process on planning for the cycling of roads, where we would only plan to resurface those roads 20 years after they were accepted. So I think he concurs with that. And what I'd mentioned is you all are looking at a way to come up with a restorative maintenance plan at the least tax impact that is necessary. So we're trying to find pragmatic and reasonable ways to come up with a plan that makes sense.
Hey, Philip, one of the things that at least goes through my mind as far as like the value that we could get out of Marvin is having great roads. And you mentioned that, like, what we were proposing was, made sense and was practical. I'm wondering, like, if we're trying to sell Marvin as having great roads, would you have any suggestions on that? Let's say we wanted to be in like the 95th percentile. We want to be, the gold standard as far as like residential roads go. Would we do anything different or more frequently than what you're suggesting, that made sense? Or are we pretty much there with what you've been presented with?
Say
Does that make sense?
having a strong pavement preservation program, which I think you do. Like the first line of defense is like your crack sealing, and then your fog seals, and depending on maybe what your budget is, when you want to start improving the riding surface with a mill and fill type treatment.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is are we putting away enough for the mill and fill if we want to be in that 95th percentile?
Yeah. I guess depending on what your goal is, if 20 years works for you, or if it needs to be 18 or whatever you think that number is, but definitely once you start getting beyond the 20-year, like aesthetically, the road may not look that great. It may function fine, but it just may not look that great.
Yeah.
Are you saying, like, always having a 95%?
Yeah. I mean, it's. I think I used the term Mac Daddy before, but I mean, if we want to have be known for having good roads, what do we need to do that? And that's my bottom line on it.
The tricky part is that
being known to have good roads. We put I just randomly picked 95th percentile.
I think to some degree we're already moving, or at least well in that direction. I think where we need to start doing some more of the longer term planning is for, when we get past the mill and fill and may need a few that need reclamation or things like that. And I think those are in out years, maybe, 2035, 2038, somewhere around those ranges. But I think it's important for us to start planning and putting those monies away for those things while we do, the higher end of the regular maintenance year to year.
Yeah, John, that's exactly what I was getting at. It's like, how much should we be saving now to make sure that we have good roads into the future?
I think the tricky part too is it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? Like we have neighborhoods that have like cut-through roads that get a lot of traffic, and then you have your cul-de-sacs that, right? So probably have to figure out an average more than this is the number that we'll have to mill and
And
fill.
the village has on-call contracts that, like if you have an existing problem out there today and, you need a little short mill and fill, that mechanism is in place to take care of that.
And we do budget for that, just so you all are aware. So I guess where we're going from here is, I know we've had a lot of discussion, stay in the road business, not stay in the road business. I've sent you a couple of emails from DOT. DOT is looking for our commitment if we're going to stay in the business, and so I want to make sure we're kind of getting some of those discussions had, and then figuring out how do you guys want us to go back to the drawing board to develop this plan a little more for what you're looking for and what is feasible for you all, if we are staying in the road business, that is.
Well, I think we need to make that decision, but based on what we're being told, we are in the roads business, so, but I do think we need to have that conversation. But my thought would be, if we stay in the roads business, that we need to come up with a budget that covers, you know, we need to plan it out, like I was saying. If we have 25 miles every year, we do 5 miles of fog seal, and we have to figure out what roads those are. And then we have no savings right now for roads. So how much is it?
We have a savings account for roads. That's where your vehicle tag fee revenue goes every year. And previous council was doing allocations to it every so often. So I think as it's in the audit file that you received, but I want to say it's over 300,000 right now, and we add to it every single year.
150,000 every other year, is that what that is?
No, that's just a supplemental capital reserve fund that previous council set up, knowing that Powell bill money would not cover all of the preventative maintenance and the roads that you had to care for. So that's why the vehicle tag fee was adopted and pushed to the max. And so all of that revenue goes into that account every year, as well as fund balance allocations as needed. And that's why we had these meetings to sort of talk about the 1 cent potential allocation in the future to continue to be added to that savings account. So you do have a savings account for roads right now.
That would cover maybe 1 year of maintenance. If we start to do what we're talking about doing, I mean, it would cover that and have a little left over, but that doesn't cover roundabouts that, I mean.
You have a separate one for roundabouts,
Right.
which is a separate penny going into that account right now, which we only have one roundabout that we know we're doing for sure.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just going to say, I don't know that it would be 1 year, because if we're using the strategy of not planning to resurface those until they're needed, then we essentially wouldn't resurface anything until 2038-ish.
No, I'm talking about fog sealing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
so we're
with
going to
that,
have,
you currently have 150,000. I understand what you're telling us is if we're going to spread it out and do 5 miles every year at an average of 45 to 50,000, we need to beef it up to about 250. We definitely can make that happen using some of the revenue that we currently have. We're already taking 150 of ad valorem every year and kind of putting in that account. We can dip into that streets reserve to kind of pad it, and we can also just consider allocating a larger expense to that line item out of Powell bill and out of ad valorem as well.
well, I think what I'm saying is that we don't have, I mean, if we're only budgeting 250, we also need to be saving money
Yeah,
too, because
can I-
eventually we're going to
Can I
have to.
jump in, because this is.
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
them.
Go
So
ahead.
while we have the gentleman here, for us not road people, right? If the, Tom's point, we're trying to have like, wow, these are some great roads in this town, right? And keep them at that level. So if we're doing the fog sealing with polymer every 5 years, right? And we're kind of rotating that around, and that's going to be about 250,000. What more should we be thinking about budgeting for crack seal, for possible mill and fill here and there, or potholes and things like that? Like, what do you think a smart number would be for us to be setting aside to maintain that kind of maintenance plan for the restorative? Just to keep them at that like super high PCS score where we can maintain them with the least amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, like Charlie said, the 5 years for fog seal is optimum. So if you can hold that, crack seal every year, because crack sealing doesn't last forever.
Right.
After maybe 2 or 3 years, the sealant might start pulling away, so, you might could redo it. But just being consistent with the crack seal, fog seal, and, having the budget ready when it's time to start mill and fill.
Well, that's exactly. So in order to get to mill and fill eventually, which maybe it's 20 years down the road, I get that, but we need to be saving it, because if it's $270,000 a mile and we have 30 miles of roads at that point, that's a lot of money.
Right.
So we're going to have to save
Yeah.
in addition to the 250.
Correct.
You know,
Maybe
our
another
budget may need to
250.
be 500,000.
That goes back to the meetings we held where our recommendation from staff was that we continue the 1 cent allocation, but switching the focus of it from the roundabout after it's completed to roads because once we start that, which is roughly about 2028, that would give us probably 10 years or longer to continue to allocate that 1 cent to this mill and fill, more in-depth resurfacing type of needs that we would be facing in the end of 2030s. Does that make sense? So that would supplement and help pay for the larger, more expensive road maintenance and work than your traditional fog seal and crack seal.
I got
Though we may need to be using that money towards those additional roundabouts as well. So we can't forget those.
Right.
Or, we have to count on, do additional roundabouts come up in some sort of bond, referendum or something like that?
Right.
Or do we plan for it just like we did with the penny that we set as a council 2 years ago? So I think we're moving in the right direction here. I think part of what we need is the experience of time over the next couple of years to see how those roads are maintaining, what we're seeing from the ones that are getting fog sealed and so forth. So part of this is just a learning curve, because we also have to realize that, future councils, beyond us are going to be making their own independent decisions and have to kind of be resetting the foundation for how, this is handled long term.
Yeah, and
Point
these
up
are
on
definitely.
What John's saying, here's what, we're throwing around 5 years as, a preventative for fog seal. Every 5 years we're going to rotate. In your experience, can you go 7 years before you fog seal?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Well, my question is, budget's a big thing for us, as it is for everyone. And my question is, are we better off experimenting, maybe to John's point, learning to do a 6 or 7 year versus a 5 year cycle? And if we find that works, then obviously we've saved money. If we find that that's too long, then we can adjust backward accordingly and plan. So my question is, somebody with a great deal of knowledge,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts?
At DOT, we didn't do fog seals. Basically, our preventative treatment was chip seals. Putting chip seals in subdivisions, don't recommend it. Not something you probably want to do. So as far as the life of a fog seal, Charlie's probably more the expert than I would be. But, if we go to the polymers, that would help get you a little bit extra. And as we redo the pavement condition survey, the next time, we'll be monitoring the condition of those. So if we think it's not going to make 7, we can change the plan to meet the need.
And I was actually thinking more of keeping it 5, but seeing how we're at with 5 and then adjusting from there, If they're recommending that 5 is kind of the ideal at this point, I think we start with that and make our adjustments off of that.
Yeah, and I just want to add as well that, this council is going to continue to have conversations for the rest of this year and in the next couple of years to come, as far as, are we going to plan for additional roundabouts beyond the ones beyond the one that we're currently saving for? I've heard council members state they don't necessarily know if they want a roundabout. They might want to do traffic lights or different types of improvements at various spots. So you guys do have a lot of decisions to make in that regard. Depending on what you all decide collectively will determine our funding strategy, and it may just be that we have a 1 cent tax allocation that goes to the next couple roundabouts, if that's what you guys decide, and a 1 cent allocation that you're going to specifically earmark for roads. But those are the conversations that you all are going to continue to have for a while. So we'll keep presenting the data. We can go back and kind of fine tune the restorative maintenance plan that we got. To Christina's point, there's some tweaks that can be made to it. And we can just continue to project out and make recommendations to you all.
Well, and that's where I need some guidance from you all as to what you're looking for on coming up with this plan, firming this up a little bit. Do you like the 80-20% kind of plan for 80%, 20 years, 20%, 30 years, somewhere in between? Do you like the coming on to plan for resurfacing 20 years after acceptance, like, so we can spread it out a little bit. I'll need some guidance from you all as to, you know, what you want to see. I'm hearing from you, you want to plan for 5 years, just a recurring 5-year cycle, so we need to beef up the preventative side on this sheet, and then we can project it out a little bit further, but I would like a little bit of guidance so we know how to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's an impossible question, but one you need an answer to, right? So, how long are the roads gonna last? I don't know. How are the winters gonna be? I don't know. How much traffic is there gonna be? I don't know. How much cut-through traffic is gonna beat up that road versus the cul-de-sac road, right? Like, who knows? But I think it's a solid plan to plan on every 5 years doing that preventative maintenance, starting from a really, really good spot. And then I think we'll see as time goes by, but I think some are probably gonna need work in 15 years, and some will probably need work in 25 years. And it's just gonna be kind of all over the place.
And I think we need to have a bigger savings account, especially, I mean, I don't know what the number is, and I defer to you guys on that with the mill and fill, but I think we need to be proactive and start saving now for that, whatever that number is, so that we have the money when 20 years from now, or 15 years from now, or 25 years from now, when it's time.
So in our road tracker sheet that you guys have seen a couple of times, we had planned on putting a $200,000 allocation in next year, or maybe it was the year after. So I know when we had showed you all that, you thought that we needed more and we needed to start doing more. And so that's why we went to get this plan from them to figure out what does that number look like. So we want to figure out what you think is reasonable to start planning for, so that we can kind of project out how we're going to get to that number. Is it more like the 12 million that they've presented? Or is it more we spread that out based on what we were talking about of taking them to resurface 20 years after they, so that's kind of where we were looking for, some way to figure out what that target number is.
Well, maybe we do it at 15 years, just to cover our butts in the event that we have some roads that need mill and fill earlier than 20 years. So maybe we look, I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but maybe we look at having the money at 15. And I like your 80-20. I don't know what you guys think.
I like the fortress balance sheet approach, because I think the prices for these things in 15 years are gonna be totally different than they
Yeah.
are today, and we're gonna find that we didn't save enough.
Yeah,
So I think planning on 15 will put us hopefully on target for 20.
yeah.
Okay, and then do you?
I think one of the component too that needs to be part of this discussion is just, you know, and it sounds like we're reaching that consensus, but just making sure that Christina has the direction to send back to DOT that our intent is to continue taking over all of these subdivision roads, you know, and you know, incorporating them into our planning. Because as these gentlemen have said, part of the reason our numbers are so high, you know, in the 90s, is because it's been a pretty good relationship of getting DOT to partner with us and when we take them over. So I think that's an important component of this as well, that we give her some direction on.
So I've actually got that prepared in your motion, so that I'll take care of that. I've got another thing I wanted to mention, but what I'm hearing so far is plan on 5 years, 5 miles of resurfacing that rotating cycle, have the first allotment of money be available in 2015, which basically means we would kind of back up this plan to start in 2033, not 2038.
Just to be safe, yeah.
So we'll plan for that. Do you guys like the percentage of planning for 80% of roads being done in 15 years, or in 20 years, and then 20% being done in 25, 30 years? Or do you not like that?
I don't. I think it's probably gonna be 20 and 15, and maybe we plan on 80 and 20, and finger
Okay.
crossed.
And then the last thing I wanted to mention is, two more things. Number one, I did have a member, council member reach out to me and had some concerns about undersurface issues and taking over DOT roads that had stormwater issues. My response is, we don't have to take over the DOT roads if they don't take care of the subsurface issues that we have identified. So I've reached out to DOT, asked them to take care of some of the things that you guys identified in your most recent stormwater assessment. So that'll just be something that we explore every year when we have a set of roads that come in that they've resurfaced to make sure they did address some of those concerns underground. I don't know if you want to speak to any more of that. I think that pretty much summarizes it by itself. So in your motion that I've got prepared, I do have kind of a caveat to that listed. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is, did you guys have any, this is kind of a topic for another day, but was there any interest at all in doing some type of financial modeling for projecting out the tax impact that would be needed for this plan once
Let's come back to that.
Okay,
We'll come back to that in the finance committee idea.
okay,
There's also, when you take over the roads, you're also taking over the stormwater system too. So
correct, yeah.
that's another conversation, but.
Especially if it's fog sealed and none of that water is going to go through the road anymore, right?
Can I just ask for clarification as well, since I am preparing you a budget currently? But I heard you say that you want to start saving now, like starting with next fiscal year for this 15-year from now potential mill and fill. So we don't currently have a plan to save for something like that because of the roundabout. So would you like me to attempt to, in addition to trying to save for the roundabout that's coming, also show you what it would look like in the budget to set aside? We'll figure out which roads would need to be done, how many miles that is, multiply it by the 267,000 per mile that we were quoted, and work backwards. But are you wanting me to try to put that in the budget and show you what the tax impact would be?
Yes.
Yeah, Jill, one of the things that I've been kind of proposing, I know many of us have gotten pretty healthy tax hikes this year, with the revaluations and things in Northern. But my idea has been to at least project out another half-cent every other year for the next couple of years, which, is going to start to build us a little bit more of a fund beyond the roundabout and beyond some of the other ones that we already have dedicated. But I would want these dedicated specifically to roads, But I think if we project in maybe a half-cent next year, a half-cent 2 years after that, then we can start to see 5-10 years out how those, numbers change and then adjust from there.
I am not comfortable even talking about that until we see some numbers.
So for purposes of time, because we are going to run into a quorum issue in just a little bit, we do need to speed this up a little bit. Are there any other questions for Mike and Philip from an engineering standpoint? We'll go back to the drawing board with the numbers that we've got here. We'll continue to work with these guys to develop a more firm plan, and we've got our marching orders on the budget. Any other questions that you guys may have, feel free to shoot them my way. I'm sorry to rush this, but.
No, thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. And, all right, so we ready for CRTPO?
Yeah, and I'll just mention, sorry, guys, I don't know if you have a way to speed it up a little bit, but that would be great.
We're behind, I'm so sorry.
This is a good segue into some of the conversation anyway, so.
Yeah, good morning. We'll continue talking about transportation. My name is Jennifer Stafford with CRTPO, and I'm here with Will Snyder. And I want to thank Hunter for coordinating this, and so we will try to speed you up a little bit and get you back on track. So at a high level, we're going to just talk about what CRTPO is, and a very high level. We also have a handout that we'll leave with you, so if you have other questions, you can look at that book. I want to talk a little bit about our federal grants program, and so maybe some funding can come out of that. You already invested a little bit. And then we'll talk about the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant that we have doing a regional transportation safety action plan. So what is an MPO? Any urban area over 50,000 requires a MPO, and there are over 400 in the states. And go ahead and click to the next slide. So we have 24 members. We go from basically Statesville all the way down to Monroe. We're active with our board meetings. We have board meetings once a month on Wednesday nights, and also always available to you. Go ahead to the next slide. So we have core functions that a lot of times maybe you don't see, but we're also with you when we start doing more of the long-range planning, when we're talking about funding, state funds, federal funds. We want to make sure that the transportation plans with each jurisdiction is regionally thought of, very much of a master plan, if you will. So we're working through that in various steps, and we'll look at that in the next slide. We also do some behind-the-scene things, simple like our budget, public improvement plans, air quality conformance, performance-based planning. So some of these are just regular check the box for federal, but we keep on top of it, and it's important internally. Go to the next slide. So the core products that you are probably care most about, we have a comprehensive transportation plan that is like our long-range plan. And this plan is anything you want to get on there. There's no fiscal constraints. If you're thinking about a road in the future, get it on our map, because then it goes into the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, where we start putting funds or estimates to these roadway projects. So that's an important step there. And then when they actually become projects, they go into the Transportation Improvement Program, which gets back to the discretionary or grant funds projects. So I oversee the discretionary grants program, and let me just make a distinction between USDOT has a discretionary grants program as well, so it can sometimes be confusing. The larger Safe Streets and Roads for All grants come from USDOT's discretionary grants program. We have discretionary funds that are made for or available to MPOs. These are the funds that can help you with the smaller capital projects, like your greenways or your roundabouts. We typically have about $30 million a year. Some years are larger. This year we were at like 50 million. And so staff will work with you all and submit application, and then my job is to go through, score it, rank it, bring it back to our boards, have some discussion. It's very data-driven, and then we just assign, and then the projects get approved and then amended into our Transportation Improvement Program. So the call opens every year in mid-August. We work with staff on filling out the application. We have pre-submittal meetings with NCDOT as well as staff with ourselves just to talk about the projects, make sure there's no overlap in what they're doing and to what you want to do. Unfortunately, I'll quickly say, because we just listened to a presentation on maintenance, our funds are not available for maintenance, unfortunately. So it's for new projects, again, safe sidewalks, safety projects, roundabouts, intersections, that type of thing. And then the board would approve that typically in February, sometime in March. And then it gets amended with NCDOT into the State Transportation Improvement Program. So let me pause there before we bring Will up. That was super fast, high level. But as far as the discretionary grants program that we offer, do you have any questions to that? I'm always happy to work with Hunter. Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah, speaking of roundabouts and getting discretionary grants for that, just in the thumbnail, how does that work? And what's the criteria that the CRTPO would apply to evaluating an application? Let's say we wanted to put in another roundabout around here.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So again, we would work with Hunter. It needs to be on either a state or federal road. If it's on a state road, we work with NCDOT on getting it funded, but it would come out of our pot. They likely would oversee the project, maybe if you want that. If you wanted to oversee it in-house, it sounds like you have very competent folks, you could certainly do that. So we look at the traffic, we look at safety, congestion, and just the surrounding land uses, and we score it that way. One way to get a large number of points is to put in a decent local match. We have been very competitive recently, anywhere from 40 to 60% local matches on roadway projects. So it's a big number. You want to apply for the right project at that, because it's a slow-going process. And so if you have an urgent intersection that needs some work, I would consider looking at our local funds. If you have something that's maybe down the road, go ahead and apply. I mean, you'll get, at least 50 cents on the dollar, so that would be nice to have. And then we can get you going. Yep.
And Jennifer, you said something that caught my, especially in light of the last conversation. They have to be state or federal roads. So if we have a village-owned road and we wanted to put in a roundabout there, we are out of luck as far as a grant would go. Is that right?
Yeah, our policy actually says it needs to be on the federal aid system, but in the last 5 or 6 years, we have taken on new locations, but they've been on state roads. And so in order for us to be able to use state funds, they need to be on a road that NCDOT will maintain.
Okay.
So you have some of these smaller neighborhood roads, which I honestly didn't know about. Usually they're just local and they're off the table. If you didn't turn them, if you left NCDOT maintaining them, we could do that. I don't know for how long they need to maintain them. If it's indefinite, or maybe 5 years after construction's done, you can take them back. There's probably a window in there.
Well, I think what we're talking about, roundabouts are state roads.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I just didn't want to hem ourselves in by taking over a road and then not being able to get
Right.
grants.
And just to add, I know, we're limited on time. They do offer like a CRTPO 101 kind of crash training course. This was kind of a high level. If council's interested, I think we talked about that we can arrange a day where they can come and spend like a morning and kind of go through this more in depth for you guys. But like I said, just wanted to kind of give you guys this high level kind of overview for this.
Yeah, we can walk more through the scoring criteria.
I
and that.
appreciate that.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Hi, all. Good morning. Will Snyder, Transportation Planner with the CRTPO. I'm going to focus on a big plan that we're working on right now called our Regional Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. So just talking about the reason that we are pursuing this study, as Jennifer mentioned earlier, the USDOT has discretionary grants where you can apply as an MPO, as a local community, or even as a state and be awarded those funds. And so we applied for and were successfully awarded $3.15 million in Safe Streets and Roads for All funds to develop a regional safety plan, a regional traffic safety plan, essentially. The reason for this is we have a substantial number of crashes. Unfortunately, North Carolina is one of the leading states for serious crash rates, and the way that really trickles down to our region, rapidly growing. And this doesn't just affect, Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. We're seeing a lot of these crashes represented on our rural streets. Village of Marvin certainly accounts for many of those as well, but Union County as a whole really is struggling with these serious crashes on lit roadways, difficult intersections, blind curves, areas where driving is just generally becoming much more challenging as development grows on these streets. So if you go to the next slide, we really found the data as an impetus for this. But as we look towards what we're going to do to really address this issue, again, we were awarded these federal funds. We also have $500,000 from NCDOT to help offset some of the local match. When we apply for federal grants, because we're fully federally funded, we cannot match with our own funds. So NCDOT very generously helped us out with some of that match. The rest of that is being provided by what's called an in-kind match from our member jurisdictions. And this is as simple as, say the Village of Marvin has a public engagement event for this study. Y'all would simply bill what that relevant time is to host something in council chambers to that match. And we can talk a little bit more about that, but as it pencils out, it's not a major burden, especially not a cash burden on our member jurisdictions. So we were awarded these funds back in September of 2024, again, branded as the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. So where this really benefits the village that we want to focus on is, as you all know, you were awarded also a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. And we would like to coordinate with you all as best as possible to make sure that you can take most advantage of the funds that you were awarded for Marvin, and we can plug in with a lot of our regional data, a lot of the big data analysis that we'll be doing, and a lot of the large regional recommendations that we'll be providing. So while you all will be working with that grant locally, we will be working with all of our members to create both this regional plan and then trickle that down to some more localized recommendations. So you were all talking earlier about roundabouts or signalization and different intersection treatments. That would be a piece of this, is really identifying some scenarios based on a cost range on your high crash corridors, high crash intersections. Great to hear that, Marvin is going all in on roundabouts. That's a great crash reduction measure, but we can look at other interim opportunities, acknowledging that that's a very large capital burden for the village. And so we'll be hosting public engagement, again, with Village, Union County residents, so your residents will have an opportunity to be part of this plan. And then any special analyses as well. So that's where I emphasize again, Marvin has this pot of funds that you were all awarded through your federal Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. So if you want to dig in on some closer focus areas like school zones, posted speed limits, neighborhood connections, non-state roads, we can again dive in with you all on the regional data and how that kind of aligns. So we're doing a lot of that coordination with several other members that also have their own funds. But we'll also be doing a policy review. So Jennifer mentioned the discretionary grants program, looking at more competitively scoring projects that were identified in this process to make it easier for communities like Marvin to say, hey, we have a safety concern, we want to make that investment. That would score much better in our discretionary grants program as part of that. So trying to align policy better with some of these findings. At the end of the day, the village owns your option to adopt your own plan, your policy. Many call it a Vision Zero statement or a Vision Zero resolution, and kind of those strategies committing the village to making those crash reduction investments. So very common across the country for many communities to adopt a policy like that. Here's an example of some of those key deliverables. So we have the High Injury Network, your mapping tool to really rank and prioritize those high crash locations. And then what we're calling like priority project cut sheets. So these would be your, identified locations. Here is maybe the high to low cost range of making some interim versus longer capital improvements at those locations. Maybe some funding sources. We would provide you with that reference sheet so that you know how you can act today to reduce those crashes and then line yourselves up later for roundabouts, intersection reconstruction, those kinds of bigger multi-million-dollar projects. Okay, so just to give you all an update on where we're at. So we just kicked this project off in January, so we're working very hard on the data collection and analysis right now, really lining that up for the High Injury Network this summer, priority projects really beginning of next year. All of this to say that we'll be complete January of 28. So this will be a very large project. We are very excited. We've been working very closely with Hunter, as many of our jurisdictions are, to make this a really successful project. So, and that is all.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're talking about safe streets, does that include crosswalks?
Yes.
Does it include lighting at dangerous intersections?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And what about stoplights?
Yes.
All three?
Any countermeasure that saves lives, reduces these crashes, we will be looking at any of those treatments. And again, giving you a spectrum of what you can do near term versus longer term.
So are these things that we should submit to you if there are areas of concern?
So,
How does
yeah,
that work?
that will be part of this process. So we'll do the full analysis, develop the full regional high injury network map to identify where those hotspots are. I'll give you a good example. So Waxhaw has adopted a Vision Zero plan. They are now working with their council to package all of the capital projects identified from that plan. And so they're going after our funds, they're setting aside some local funding and really trying to mix and match to make that possible. So they are prioritizing as part of this larger planning process, that they got ahead of the curve. They did this before we really kicked off this regional work.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah,
And
of course.
to further add, so once again, we discussed this, I believe, at the January meeting. We did receive our own grant to do our own plan. I know that was a discussion. We haven't received our finalized contract. You guys have not accepted or approved or executed that contract. But there, there's benefit in either way, and this is kind of what I was saying at that meeting, like the planning aspect of it to prioritize and get some of these things on the book, so it helps staff and council make those decisions in the future. However, if we decide not to execute it, we still have somewhat of a framework that's going to be included in the regional plan. That's kind of the whole reason. So as we decide, I guess, at the March meeting, I at least wanted you guys to have this information as that conversation comes back up.
Yep.
Now, did I miss this, or should the focus of these improvements be specifically on Village of Marvin maintained roads, or does it include state maintained roads as well?
So our regional safety action plan will cover all primarily state and federal roads, but we will certainly look into local road connections onto those. That's where communities like Marvin have your own safety action plan. If you want to focus on your local streets using your grant, you certainly can do that. Again, we have several other members that are kind of mixing and matching. So they may have their own Safe Streets grant that they're using to focus on local roads and local priorities. We are using our federal regional grant to kind of cover everything else, all of your other major travel corridors in the region. So, and as Hunter shared, you can really strategically use that as you need to. We have the capacity to support all of our members with developing a local plan, kind of regardless of what position you're in. We have 17 member jurisdictions that do not have any grants or any sort of resources to do this locally, so we will be supporting them with developing kind of some of those local efforts. But we'll work with Marvin on however y'all would like to have that support.
Can you do a quick thing about applying for implementation? Because you need to have this
Yes,
plan.
so a big piece of this federal Safe Streets and Roads for All program is in order to apply for implementation capital dollars, essentially, you have to have an adopted safety action plan. That can come from the Safe Streets program, that can be a locally funded plan, but the idea is you've planned for and have prioritized those locations and those investment priorities. We will be covering the entire region with a plan that makes you eligible to apply for those capital funds. Realizing that transportation reauthorization, the big federal congressional bill that reauthorizes those federal funds, will be due in September. So that type of program may change, but the idea is you've still made meaningful effort and can more easily apply for grants, showing that you've already thought through the planning process and have identified those priorities. Thanks. Yeah, good point.
And Will, and maybe Hunter too, as far as identifying those priorities, does a heat map exist of those crash sites already, or is that something that's going to be developed?
So we're going to be developing that. NCDOT, excuse me, NCDOT has a map tool on their website. One of the issues with it is a lot of times, and this is no fault to our law enforcement partners by any means, but when they're typically in the field reporting a crash, there's a lot going on the scene. Typically what they need to do is pull away from the scene and finish their report on the side. A lot of times when you geocode those crash locations, it's geocoded when you submit the report. So if I'm a Union County Sheriff Deputy, I'm pulling away from the scene of a crash, pulling into a shopping center, finishing my report on my computer in my squad car, it's geolocating to the shopping center, not to where the crash happened. So we will be cleaning a lot of that data, really trying to rematch it to where crashes are actually happening. So NCDOT maintains the data set. Our law enforcement partners report that up to the state, but it's a lot of kind of closer looks at what that data really means, what the crash factors really were. So, yes. Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Look forward to working with you. Okay, next up, the Placer AI software demo. Is
Yep,
William?
So William's here online. I think he's going to need to share his screen. So I'll turn it over turn it over to him here in a sec. In short, we discussed this at the retreat, this software that staff was proposing. So wanted to kind of do a high-level demo for you guys and just let me know your thoughts. So I'll turn it over to William real quick.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I know we were behind, so I will just jump straight into it. I'll try to keep this about 10 to 15 minutes. What I'll do is I'll just do a quick introduction of Placer, and then I will jump straight into the demo. I'll keep it very high level, just show you the reports and data that we can offer, and then I'll open it up to questions. But just to do a quick introduction, my name is William Houck. I'm a senior account executive with Placer. Been with the company about 4 years now. I actually grew up in Charlotte, so very familiar with I used to play soccer in the area a lot, but I live in Atlanta now. My parents are still in Charlotte, so I get back a couple times a year. Let's jump into it. And I'm not going to go through a whole slideshow, I promise. I'm just going to show a couple quick slides just to give you guys a little bit of background on what we do. So Placer is a location analytics platform. So what we're doing is we are leveraging mobile location data or cell phone data to provide what we call market intelligence on any physical property in the United States. So you could look at the entire village of Marvin, you could look at individual businesses, downtowns, parks, where events are taking place. We can tell you how many people are coming to these locations. We can tell you where these visitors live, where they work, where else they go, their demographics, their psychographics. You're not only limited to looking at visitors, you could also look at employees or residents and do like a workforce or analysis or a residential leakage study. You guys are talking a lot about roads and transportation and maintenance and things like that. You can also look at roads, streets, highways. We've got things like vehicle traffic counts in here, so I can touch on, I'll try to touch on as much as I can here in the demo. But just kind of a quick history on us. We only launched commercially just about 6 years ago. This site's a little bit outdated. We have over 1,800 civic clients today. As you can see, it ranges from cities, counties, economic development organizations, tourism authorities. So we're really working with kind of all of the above from a civic perspective. We've got about 60, closer to 70 customers across the state of North Carolina. So like Waxhaw, Monroe, around the Charlotte, like Belmont, Mount Holly, Harrisburg, Concord, Kannapolis, Mecklenburg County, their Parks and Rec department's actually a customer of ours as well. So seeing a ton of success in the space, and really why we're seeing the success that we are comes down to how we get this data. So what we did is we partnered with mobile apps folks would download on their phones, and these are everyday apps that they're already utilizing. And we just embedded code that allows us to observe the location of these devices. The key thing is, though, is we are not collecting any personal identifiable information. So we don't know whose device this is. We just know that it's a device, and we just know the location of that device. So all we're getting is a de-identified device ID, a Latin long of that device, and it is time-stamped, so we know when it's there and how long it's there. And we're complying with all the rules and regulations and laws. I do just want to call us out. We preserve this K in anonymity of 50, because I'll kind of touch on this once we get into the demo here in just a second. Last slide I'll show you is just from a use case perspective. Here's really what our civic customers are using Placer data for today. So I've had conversations with Hunter, Jill, Austin. A lot of what our conversations have centered around have been events, which is what we'll kind of focus on today. Hunter mentioned there's kind of a little bit of emphasis today on events that are taking place in the village. But Parks and Rec, you'll see transportation as well. I don't know why don't ask me why our Parks and Rec and transportation are grouped together. I think our marketing team ran out of, they had a 9 box and they didn't want to be able to have to put a 10th box somewhere, so they kind of grouped those together. But Parks and Rec and transportation is definitely some of the stuff that I've talked about with them. And then just around like the downtown development and kind of the commercial planning. So things like retail analysis and recruitment and kind of analyzing the growth and recovery or supporting existing business in the village. I'm not going to read through all these. I'll leave this out for a second. Just let you guys kind of look through this so you can kind of get an idea of what all this can be used for. All right, let's jump into it. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about how Placer works, and then we'll get into the actual demo. So what you're seeing here is our Explore page, which is what it sounds like. As a user, you can search for what we call POIs. You'll hear me use the term POI and geofence. I use those synonymously. A POI just stands for a point of interest. But what we're doing is we're just geofencing in these physical locations. So you have the ability to look at different types of POIs, so properties, markets, and traffic pins. So markets would be your cities, counties, downtowns, districts, neighborhoods. So you'll notice I have a geofence for the entire village of Marvin. So if you wanted to analyze the entire village, you could do so. You can look at properties, which would be more like your individual businesses, parks, shopping centers. So let me see where I had, like Eifert Park, let's see here. So here's like the park that we've geofenced. So that's what we'll actually look at today. And we'll look at the trick or treat on October 24th event. Again, because you guys are talking a lot about roads and things like that, you can also drop traffic pins on any road, intersection, or highway. So you can look at total activity on your roads and who's utilizing your roads and what times are busiest on your roads and how many people are going through them, etc. So there's a whole kind of transportation side of this as well. Let's just jump over into the actual reports though. So here we have Eford Park that I have selected. I can always change venues, I can remove them, I can add other locations and properties to analyze. By default, Placer's giving me data for the last full 12 months. I'll look at the trick-or-treat event here in just a second, but just so you guys are aware, you have the ability to look historically as far as 2019. So any city, any business, any park, any event, you'll be able to see historical data as far back as 2019. It's also near real time, so you can see data as recent as February 13th. So it's only a 3-day lag. If I log in on Placer tomorrow, I'd see data for the 14th. You can filter any kind of custom date range that you guys want to analyze at any time as well. I'm going to explain these metrics because a lot of the reports are based off these, and then we'll look at like an actual event date. So panel visits is us just being transparent. Here's the number of devices from our panel that we're observing that have been to this Eford Park in that last 12 months. What we're doing is we're extrapolating those panel visits to account for the rest of the US population, and we get visitors and visits, which are more so the numbers that you guys are going to care about. So visitors are the number of individuals that have been to the park in that 12-month time period. The visit frequency is how often those individuals return, which is going to lead you to the total amount of visits. So in the last 12 months, there's almost 34,000 individuals who made up a total of over 75,000 visits to the park. And you can see those visits are up 16% year over year. So this is looking over a 12-month time period. Obviously, we can trend that out. So here's just a weekly visitation count to the park. So you can look at things like seasonality. Obviously, if you guys are looking like a downtown or something and we're adding a business or kind of redeveloping areas, are we seeing a growth? Are we seeing a decline? Is visitation remaining pretty consistent? Again, so this will be, you can look at any location. Obviously, in this case, we're looking at a park. What I've also done, though, is I've filtered to October 24th and 25th dates for the trick-or-treat event that was taking place. The reason I called out that K50 anonymity here on the privacy slide is we have to have at least 50 panel visits for us to show data on a location because we're preserving that K50 anonymity. So when you just look at October 24th, there wasn't a high enough panel visits. So I just had to bring in another day, but I'll still be able to show those actual counts to the event. But like, so it's kind of when smaller events, that's where you may run into not having a large enough panel of 50. But any other location, as long as you have those 50 panel visits over that time frame that you're trying to analyze, we'll pull in those reports. So just over that October 24th and 25th date, there's 1.1 thousand visitors. But here are those daily counts. So you can see on the actual Friday, October 24th date, there were 674 people in the park that day. So these first couple reports are just around how many people are coming. We can also show you like hourly visits, so what times of the day are busiest, what days of the week, when you're looking at multiple days. Obviously, this is just that 2-day period. And then you can also see visit duration, so how long are people staying? Average stay was about 64 minutes. Touch on this, just again, you talk about roads and usage and things like that. Here are the routes people are taking to get to the event, or to that park. So what are the most frequented roads that those people are driving on to get to a location? So we can tell you, all right, well, how many people are coming? We can also tell you, well, where do these people live who are coming? So here's a heat map that represents the home locations of the visitors that were at the park on October 24th and 25th. So you can see I can zoom into more of a neighborhood level, zoom out with more state, regionally, obviously like larger events, larger attractions, looking at the entire Village of Marvin, you can see, well, where's that visitation actually coming from? So that's a heat map, but we can also we can quantify those visits by zip code. So 53% of the visits came locally from that the 28173 zip code, but you can see all these different zip codes ranked out. You can also hover it over any zip code and get an idea of, all right, well, how many people came from the Rock Hill area. 10 visits from Rock Hill. So with any location, we can tell you how many people are coming, where do those people live. We can tell you more about who they are. So what we've done is we've gone out and partnered with other leading data providers and made that data available in Placer. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with census data, which we do have. Pop stats is what I'm showing. I call it census data on steroids. It's just updated more frequently. There's a little bit more depth to it. So what's the household median income of the visitors that were at the park? What's the average age and households with children and education levels and gender, ethnicity? You can really break down the demographics in terms of who these people are that are coming to an event or to a business or to the city, to the village as a whole. So you kind of have this idea of, all right, how many people are coming, where are they coming from, who are they? And there's a variety of data sets. I'm just going to keep this high level, but it's mostly like demographic and psychographic type data sets that are available in here that we've partnered with. Kind of not as relevant to the event, but again, because as all these kind of transportation type conversations that I've been listening on, like we do have things like traffic counts. So you can click on any road and we can tell your average daily car volume. So here's how many cars per day. You can also look at your hourly and daily car counts. You can look going specific directions. So traffic is obviously busiest in the morning, heading from point A to B. So kind of heading that northwest direction. If you look at heading the southeast direction, traffic's a little bit busier in the afternoons there. So you can see it's about 46 and 4,400, kind of heading both directions. From like an event perspective, we can show you like, hey, what's the economic impact of your events? Are people coming to the event? Are they going to businesses locally or nearby? So when people are coming to a location, where are they coming from? When they leave, where do they go to? So that spider chart just shows the top 5, but here's that entire list. So if you guys are ever getting sponsors for events, here's a lead list of sponsors. More on kind of like an economic development side, I've had customers use this data. I recently had a customer, he kind of geofenced their residents in their downtown area. I noticed a lot of the residents were leaving downtown to go to breakfast restaurants. Well, they didn't even have a breakfast restaurant. So they worked with a local restaurateur to open up a breakfast restaurant. It's doing really well. So to kind of help you like, well, where else are people going? Where are people shopping today? What businesses might make sense to bring in? So that's I've kind of touched on a bunch of different use cases there, and I wanted to keep that kind of very quick and high level, given the time constraints, but I'll pause there. Hunter, if there's anything else you want me to touch on, let me know, but I'm happy to open it up to questions to the board.
No, I think, I just wanted them to kind of see what all is on the platform, as well as all the different uses we could use for the data, not just necessarily the parks and recreation side of it, but other than that, I'll let, council, if you have any questions.
Yeah, see Robert raised his hand, yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, William, just when you were going back, the only thing I just needed clarification of was the visits versus participants or something like that. I was trying to write it down.
The panel visits versus visitors?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good question. So there's a panel visits number, and that is us just being transparent. So I'll talk about this in a little bit more detail. So you heard me in the beginning talk about, hey, we partner with these mobile apps, and we're able to observe the location of these devices that are within our panel. So we are not observing every single device in the United States. We're observing about 30 million mobile devices, which is statistically significant. It's almost 10% of the US population. So we have 30 million devices in our panel. It's actually larger than that, but we have found that 30 million is our sweet spot in terms of accuracy. So that panel visits number is us just saying, hey, of those 30 million devices that we're observing, here's exactly how many have been to, in this case, the park. So that's just a transparency thing. And then this is where the AI comes in. We're using an algorithm to extrapolate those panel visits out, and we'll get visitors and visits. So visitors are the number of individuals. Obviously, individuals can come back more than once, and that gets you to the total number of visits. So the visitors and visits is an extrapolation, so it's an estimate, but it's a highly accurate estimate. So we'll back test our data. I'll talk a little about just kind of the accuracy here. So outside of Civic, we have retailers that use our data like Best Buy, Publix, Whole Foods, amusement parks like Carowinds, Six Flags. So like a Publix, for example, they have a store counter. They got store cameras. They know how many people are coming in and out of their stores. To go into Carowinds, you walk through a turnstile or scan your ticket. TSA, everyone knows, TSA knows exactly how many people are going through their security checkpoints. So there's other ground truth data that exists where people know exactly how many people are in a location or business at one time. And so we'll back test our numbers against theirs, and we'll see we're typically in a 93 to 98% accuracy threshold. Good question.
I just think this is entirely incredible. I know that me personally, with the Nancy Guthrie case that's going on right now, that geofencing, I hadn't heard that term before until now. All of a sudden, it's like you can scan and be as specific and pinpoint. It's pretty incredible. I guess this is not really, this is just the way of the world. It's not a matter of, you know, big brother, that sort of thing. This is the way, whether you're doing it or whether another company's doing it, everybody's doing it, I guess.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, when you talk about like the Nancy Guthrie case, obviously crime happening there. Because we're like, we take privacy very seriously, because that would probably be the end of our company if we didn't. Like, you wouldn't necessarily be able to solve a crime that happened, because we can't tell you who the person was. We can't tell you that it was Hunter that was at this location at this time. We just can say, hey, we can allow you to look at any physical location. We can tell you here's how many people were there and where those people live, but not necessarily, hey, this specific person was there at this specific time, and this is who they are. But yeah, it is like the data exists. It is out there, but you can't necessarily, just referencing the Nancy Guthrie thing, you can't necessarily use this to solve a crime. Yep.
Any other questions?
Based on the fact that you only have about 10% of the population that utilizes it, do you adjust for any sort of bias that you would inherently have?
Yes.
For people that allow themselves to be tracked versus not?
Absolutely, yeah. So there is a lot of debiasing, and I'm not a super technical person, but we've got a team of data scientists and things like that can explain it in much more detail and exactly kind of a step-by-step what they're doing. But yeah, the algorithm takes into consideration like the population, the number of devices within our panel, things like persons per households, obviously kind of that different income levels, things like that, ethnicity. We even have, I think, like device-wise, we're like, I think, don't quote me on this, but I want to say like 60% is Apple, 40% is like Android devices. So there's even some devising that goes in with that. So yeah, that algorithm is absolutely kind of debiasing based on kind of where the location we're looking at. Is this a location that's a park? There's going to be heavy children, or is this a bar where you have to be 21 to enter? And there is not going to be any children, because obviously 5-year-olds aren't going to have cell phones. So there's absolutely a lot of debiasing that goes on.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, William. We appreciate you coming out today and explaining this, so.
Yes, thank you very much.
If you guys do have any other questions or want to dive deeper, let me know, Hunter. We can definitely coordinate something. But I'll let you guys get back to it. And Hunter, I'll touch base with you later this week.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've been going at it for 2.5 hours. After we read this adopted resolution, do you guys want to recess for about 10 minutes? Okay. All right. Austin?
Sorry, did we say the motion on the road item for AMT?
No.
We just moved on from that.
We did.
We can go back to it.
Yeah, we need to go back to that.
We'll go back to that. And do you want me just to read the motion aloud for you guys?
Yes.
Okay. one second here.
Yes, please.
To continue to assess future tax implications to the development of a 20 to 30-year restorative maintenance plan for the village road system and to reaffirm commitment to continued acceptance of residential roads within the current NCDOT system as NCDOT roads and subsurface stormwater infrastructure systems are compliant with NCDOT and Village of Marvin standards and specifications with full review of the village's or NCDOT's most recent stormwater infrastructure system assessment and to include any necessary repairs prior to acceptance.
Someone might want to amend that to include 15 to 30 years, just throwing that out.
So change 20 to 30, 15 to 30?
That's what it sounded like they wanted to do.
So can we table this motion until 3/2, because we need to make a phone call first. We need to have a conversation with DOT.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
So then you can just leave it alone?
Is that okay? Yeah.
How are we going to make the phone call without a public meeting? Are we going to designate someone to call?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Do we need to do that
Yeah.
now?
Just, yeah.
Fred, you want to get on the phone and talk to them? Okay, so Fred and I we need to make a call to DOT. He just has some questions, and we just
Okay.
want to get some confirmation on something, and then we can vote at the 3/2 if that is acceptable with everyone.
So, okay.
And y'all are just asking questions, you're not giving them direction, is that
No,
clear?
no, we're not at all.
Okay.
So you guys do your call on 3/2. We will put this maybe on the consent agenda for the next meeting?
No, we'll probably call this week or next week. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do it before the 3/2. So
And then-
on 3/2, we can do this.
Do you mind if I just put the action on the consent agenda then, since we've already talked about it?
Yes. That's fine.
Okay. So we're
Thank
good.
you.
to go back.
Christina, is this specifically the resolution that DOT was looking for about the assumption of future roads?
Correct, yes. Yeah, if you guys recall, there was an email sent, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago, that essentially said that they wouldn't allow us to give roads back. And then they said something to the effect of, well, while we're at it, we're a little concerned you're not going to stay in the road business, so we need some assurance for other contracts that we've got.
Right.
That you're committed.
I think it's hard to give that commitment when our previous thing was, how much is this going to cost and how much are we going to have to set aside and what's that budget going to look like if we stay in the road business? So for me, it's hard to commit, yes, I'm going to stay in the road business with no idea what the price tag is annually, what that'll look like to the taxpayer.
My concern is, I think what they're saying is they've got other municipalities kind of fighting for those same funds. So we're kind of
I totally
holding
get
them
it.
up right now.
I totally get it, but this is like it's not a blank check, you know what I mean? But this might be really expensive to pass on. I'd rather know the dollar amount.
We just need clarification on one item, that's it, and then we can move forward. So we just need clarification on one thing, and so we're going to ask one question, and then we'll move on. That we, in fact, cannot give back roads.
Okay.
We good to go back to the resolution?
Yeah, so can we just table the resolution?
No, we're not talking about I'm talking about
Oh,
back
the
where we're on
civility?
agenda.
Yes, please.
For the sake of time, would you like me to read it? I got it on my screen.
That was the one I was asking if we could table. Do we actually have to read that?
This
I mean,
was,
it's not that
originally this
long,
was
but it's
going to be
kinda
a
long.
signing ceremony, but then obviously people aren't here, so we just went ahead and signed it, and this is going to be a chance for us just to read it aloud, and we did get a letter from the league saying that we've completed their program.
Okay.
So I can read the resolution, or I can just read the congratulations letter, whichever you would prefer.
Whatever's quicker.
We'll do the congratulations letter then. Okay. Dear Mayor Barbara, on behalf of the North Carolina League of Municipalities, I want to congratulate you on the Village of Marvin's completion of the Advancing Municipal Leaders Commit to Civility program. Your commitment towards fostering respectful dialogue and collaboration within your board and community is an exciting achievement and an example for others. By joining this effort, your municipality has taken a meaningful step which expresses your dedication to leading with civility. As you know, the Commit to Civility program is a process that encourages municipal leaders to prioritize and promote a culture of civility. This program aims to strengthen trust, bolster internal processes, and advance effective collaboration. By completing the required steps and receiving this certification, you have created a positive standard and have contributed to the League's mission of working for a better North Carolina. We are proud to have you as part of this important initiative and to have leaders like you advocate for civility. Together, we can create lasting impacts across the state, embodying our motto, working as one, advancing all. Sincerely, Rose Vaughn Williams, Executive Director, North Carolina League of Municipalities. So,
Awesome.
I didn't do anything. That framed resolution is on display in the lobby.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so can I get a motion that we recess for 10 minutes?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will recess and come back in 10. Okay, so are we ready to reconvene? Okay, well, we are reconvening the meeting. We're going to go to reports and updates, so we're going to start out with the manager's report. Christina?
This will be real quick. The previous board at some point had wanted to take over Stacy Howie. I don't think you guys have any interest in taking over that road, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And if so, that's all I need. Is there any desire to take over Stacy Howie? It is, yeah. Is there any desire from this board to take over Stacy Howie?
No.
No.
Okay. And then the second thing I'll mention is the Houston Ross Park next door, the Village Hall Park. I haven't had a whole lot of time to spend on this, to be honest with you. I plan to bring back some more formal ideas at the joint session with PRG. We do have a resident that's kind of working on some ideas involving the descendants. So hopefully we'll have some information back by the March 2nd meeting for that, just so you're aware. We have planned to have an event in next year's budget so that we are at least planning for that portion of some type of event for a ribbon cutting. And that's all I have at this point. Oh, yeah, sorry. I told you I forgot.
Council, due to a technical glitch, the treasurer's report was not in your agenda. So prior to you guys adopting the consent, I'm just going to need somebody to amend that to reflect that there's, I mean, Austin can walk you through what that looks like, but I have handed out the report to each of you, and I've also emailed it to the remote participants today, so you have it. But it just was supposed to be in your packet, and it's not.
Is this under reports and updates?
It's on consent agenda.
Consent, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Hunter, planner's report.
All right, got a few items to update you on. So first, I believe Christina or Lucas, somebody sent an email regarding the economic strategic plan kind of working group last week. I've just passed out kind of a list of what we have put together of, in regards to kind of the complexion of this working group. Wanted to see if council had any feedback or any, like I said, specific residents that potentially you would like to serve. Ideally, this would be about a 10 to 12 person group. And want to kind of get your guys' direction / blessing so we can start reaching out to some of potential residents, business owners, property owners and such to see if they would be willing to serve on this group. But it's just, like I said, it's a high-level list that would include, from a staff level, include myself and Lucas. We've already asked Mayor Barber to serve, and he said he would if any other council member would also like to serve on this or volunteer. Please let me know. I actually just talked with Rachel Holzman from Union County Economic Development to also potentially be on the steering group. I think that coordination would be kind of important to have. And then as it gets into like local business owners and property owners of key sites, those have been kind of identified. I mean, there's not a lot, but at the end of the day, I'm just looking to see if that's what, this was all recommended by Commerce, this kind of complexion of the group. So it wasn't one that we just put together.
Are you looking for business owners who own businesses in Marvin, or just business owners who live in Marvin but own businesses like in Charlotte or Waxhaw or something?
I think it could be up to your discretion. I mean, it could be one of those things. I mean, this strategic plan is kind of looking at ways for us to potentially have some economic development in that sense. So if there's a business owner that's in Marvin that has or that owns a business that's located somewhere else, potentially Marvin is a fit for them, or that could be if the right property or something. I mean, that could definitely be an option.
Okay, I've got 2 names for you I can give you.
Okay. Other than that, is there any questions or specifics? Because, like I said, we'll start reaching out to these, because essentially not all of these people are going to serve. It's just I'm going to be reaching out to them to see if they will, and kind of that priority. And if they say they are willing, then once we kind of hit that 10 to 12 person group, then we'll probably cap it at that.
Did you get any other names? I know I sent you one. Did you get any other?
Nope, you are the only one.
Okay, guys, we'll work on that. Okay, is that it?
For that one, yeah, like I said, feel free to reach out. My goal is to hopefully kind of have this kind of narrowed down by the end of the week, so we can send that email out Thursday, Friday to have this kind of to Commerce by the end of next week. So next item is just kind of a comprehensive plan update. So one, during our joint meeting tonight with Planning Board, Kim Horn will be here to kind of go over the comp plan again, as well as, get some feedback, some direction from council and Planning Board, so it should be a good discussion. I also want to mention that the first community workshop open house is tomorrow here at Village Hall from 4:30 to 6:30. It's a drop-in, pop-up type thing. Austin has asked me if any council members are planning to attend, to please let us know so we can do a potential quorum notice. You don't have to be here the whole 2 hours. Like I said, it's essentially, and this goes for all the residents as well, you come in when you can, spend as much time there as you want. We'll have stations based off of different components of the plan, and they'll be kind of getting some feedback and stuff from the residents.
Who is planning to come?
I'll be there.
One, anyone else coming? Anyone else going to the comprehensive plan workshop tomorrow? Okay, Angel and Bob, Tom? If it's 3, I don't have to put a notice out. If it's 4, I'll put one out. I'll sit this one out. All right, so I will not have to issue a notice then.
All right, and I also just passed out the latest comments from the comp plan website. We've gotten approximately about 17 to 20 over the last month, so we're still getting engagement. Some of the recent ones are more of what type of engagement we're looking for, and what people want to see, if it's in regards to Parks and Rec, land use, and all that. Once again, it's still live. I encourage residents to keep providing that comments and feedback, because this is really helpful stuff for our consultant to be able to use as part of the engagement process. But wanted to just share you that update as well. And then the last thing, the Marvin Ridge High School band boosters, typically they hold an event in the spring. Over the past recent years, they've asked to post a banner here at Village Hall to advertise their event. I've always went to council and asked if you guys if there's any issue with that. They have submitted their stuff to me for their event. One sec, if I can find it. So their event will be on, March 23rd or the 22nd, but looking to basically install a banner here at Village Hall, up there where we put our event banners, from February 23rd to March 23rd. Does council have any concerns or issues with that? Okay. Then I will issue the zoning permit, but other than that, that is all I got, unless there's any specific questions on anything.
Couple of things. Actually, most of mine are actually items I actually put as unfinished. I will tell you that we are still currently working on the sidewalk assessment and getting some of those repairs done. Once those are done, we will start on the stormwater infrastructure. So other than that, I have basically everything else itemized out as an item.
No. We don't, Parks and Rec has nothing to report.
Angel, could you put your microphone on, please?
I'm so sorry. I thought it was on. I'm so sorry. Okay. Do you want me to repeat that? Did you hear anything, Bob?
No, we didn't hear.
I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. So Fred and I met with 4 residents last week, I think, and we talked about roads. There were some questions about roads and budgets. We talked a little about that. And the biggest takeaway that we took from the meeting was that they said that they've noticed a tone change from the council, and they're really happy about that. And we were really happy about that because we're working really hard to take the temperature down, so, and we will continue to do that. So it was a good meeting. Anything else? Okay, so now let's go to the consent agenda.
Really quickly here, we're putting Joel's treasurer report on there as information only. If you guys are okay with that, then we would just need to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Movement to adopt the ordinance amending the general fund budget for permanent. No?
Don't read that part. Sorry, it's just the consent agenda
So,
Movement to adopt the consent agenda now.
as amended, yeah.
Consent agenda as amended.
so moved? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're good. So do we want to go to the first? Consider the adoption of the general fund budget amendment?
You don't discuss the consent agenda.
Oh, we don't,
You
we
move
just,
on to unfinished.
we just, so we're good? Okay, so we don't have to talk about any of it. Thank you. So we want to consider the adoption of fiscal year 27 to 31 capital improvement plan. Who's on first for this?
So I'll begin this. You all saw this plan at, sorry, thank you. You all saw this plan at your retreat. We discussed it in great detail. We did go back to the drawing board and make the changes that you all had suggested and recommended. I think we presented this at the last meeting. I don't think there were any other questions or concerns. So here it is in front of you today. It's a total of 19 million in CIP. Some of that is capital and greenways and trails, and the rest of it is in your general operating fund. Unless y'all have any other questions, concerns, comments, it's all listed here for consideration. Do what? The Placer AI?
Yeah.
So one of the questions that Hunter, I think the Placer AI was presented in not next year, but the next year, 27, 28, contingent upon you guys seeing the demo and potentially moving that up to this next year. So, and I mean, we could make that change if you all wanted.
Yeah, I think we should. I don't think there's anything bad about having more data to inform some of our decisions.
So Austin, you can,
Well, we need a consensus.
yeah, we do.
What was the cost basis on that again?
I think it was 12,000.
It's 12,000, and that's one thing, I don't have my notes in front of me. I will mention, so it's 12,000, it's a one-year commitment. They do have options to do a 2-year, 3-year commitment, and it does kind of bring down that initial cost down. But we're just recommending at this time is that one-year commitment, and to get that initial data to see if it's useful for, to continue that software subscription. And that's why, once again, wanted to present that demo to you guys earlier.
So if we're moving Placer AI into the next fiscal year, into fiscal year 26, 27, are there any other changes? I'm taking notes of these, and you guys will adopt as amended.
We need to do consensus on that action first.
Are we talking specifically the gentleman that spoke today for Placer AI?
Correct. Yes.
I have, my thought on it, there's a lot of interesting information, no doubt. But my question to council is, what are we going to do with the information? We're a community of 2,000 rooftops. We're not Waxhaw, North Carolina. We're not a lot of these other municipalities. We have one public facility, Eford Park. I'm just going to, it's not about the money, frankly. I mean, it's not a huge sum of money. It's about the application of resources. And if we're not going to use the data to make good, solid decisions, I don't care if it's $10,000 or $100,000. Is it worth the spend for what we're going to do? And that's my question to council, and maybe others have a different opinion.
I 100% agree with what Bob said. In fact, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. I don't know if 12,000, I mean, to Bob's point, 12,000, it's not a lot of money, and it might be worth seeing if there's data in there that we would actually use, but I'm not sure what the use case is even to spend that $12,000, so.
I agree with both of you.
So I'll say, we just had a sidewalk installed at Weddington Chase, and I'm chatting with the contractor, and they ended up not pumping it. They used this Bobcat. And he's telling me about his friend, who's also a contractor, and his contractor is really frugal, and he wouldn't buy a Bobcat, and he uses like a wheelbarrow, right? And he said the thing with buying the Bobcat is it was a big expense, right? But once I had the tool, it became something I could use for all kinds of different things. So I had it for its intended purpose, but now every project I look at, I think, how could I use this tool to help me do this project better? And he said, and the fact is, I end up using it on just about every single project, because there's something it can do that'll help me. And that's how I see this. I think it's that kind of thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The thing that intrigued me about it was the ability to potentially, look at road usage, because I think that goes hand in hand with some of the things. Now, whether it makes sense for us to make the investment this year or leave it off for next year, I think we've got other things to focus on the roads kind of first. But I could see some, benefit from it, down the line when we get deeper into that analysis of what our schedules need to be for certain streets and things like that. If it really does a good job in tracking the road usage.
I think the whole thing is very invaluable. I think what Fred alluded to and what John just alluded to, we've in the prior, council, on a year-to-year basis, we were looking at for something very simple as, should we have Marvin Day? And we were all kind of shooting in the dark, kind of speaking from our heart and saying, well, I think it was less this year. No, there was more traffic this year. Now with the Heritage District coming on board, to Fred's point, it would be interesting now to track. And to your point, John, yeah, maybe not needed immediately this year, but as years to come, I can see, as the Bobcat story, we're going to need it. We're going to need to know how useful was it, some of the voting decisions we made on some of these commercial districts or commercial projects in the Heritage District. How much traffic are we really getting on the roads? So I'm in favor of it, just so you know. I think it's just great technology.
What's the count? How many? They were 3 and 3. I don't know where they're at now. What's the, so Fred, you want it, Bob isn't, no.
Joe's going to log in, I think. Joe just texted me, and he needed to get the login information, so I think he's going to log in.
So we've got 2 no's, 2 yeses, 3 yeses. Okay.
Although my vote doesn't count.
Yeah, I was gonna say the vote, really the only vote is sitting here today.
Oh, yeah.
So if,
That's only really for motions. If you're just going on consensus, then yes. Then if you're going consensus.
that's true, yeah. Is Mayor Barbara on, or?
I just sent in information.
Okay.
Let me tell him to check.
So
his-
aside,
Hunter, what's your thinking on it?
So this, like I said, it started out from the whole event standpoint. As Councilman Margulies was kind of just talking about the events and who's attending our events, where are they coming from, even the same thing with the usage of the park. When we first did the demo of the software and saw all the other benefits with like the traffic counts, like, yeah, they're not necessarily going to be 100% accurate, but it will give us a good idea of real-time data. It also can be used for potential economic development. I mean, there's a lot of like underlying stuff here. And so that's why it was being recommended to be something that we move forward with, at least for a 1-year term, just to see, to see that benefit, to get that data, to see how we do use it in other decisions, if it's land use decisions, potential intersection improvements and prioritizing those based off of maybe that information. So there's a lot of stuff there that I think that I said could be beneficial, and we would use it.
Yeah, speaking of accuracy, there was one thing I noticed that had the population of Marvin at like 9,000 or something like that. I'm like, oh man, you guys are coming out of the gate.
Well, and and I talked with him about that. When he does those demos, like, obviously, if we move forward with doing a contract, they would actually get like our municipal boundary and our layers. All that was kind of either already stuff they had housed, and so it might not be 100% accurate on what properties are in and out of Marvin. But that would be, as they built the platform for us, they would have that specific information.
So Bob and I were just talking about the maintenance schedule of the roads, and especially after speaking to the engineers, I felt like the PCS score is like how chop meat works. If you guys don't know, it's done by eye. So like 80%, 85%, like, that looks like 85% to me, right? Like it's completely subjective. And it seems that's how this kind of goes. And it made me wonder as we go down and we reevaluate, like, does this need to be done every 5 years? Could this one be 8 years? Could this one be 3 years? We're going to be playing the chop meat game, and that kind of maybe. I think this kind of data to the Bobcat reference would give us more of a concrete, these roads are trafficked more, maybe they should be done more often. These are trafficked less. They could probably go to 7 years or 8 years. I just think there's a lot we could do with this data that we should consider.
So it sounds like most of you feel that the data could be helpful. There's questions about whether or not it would be utilized. My real question is whether or not you want to try to implement this for 26 to 27 or push it off one more year. Keep in mind that you have slashed a lot of events, so there's less to track as far as event attendance at the park. We're really doing just, I think, 3. So keep that in mind as you're deciding whether this is a priority for 26 to 7 or you want to push it off one more year.
I don't think it's a priority, you guys. I mean, I'd like to see us push it off another year if we're gonna, I mean, maybe reconsider it next year. I think we have other bigger fish to fry.
I also think that the fact that it keeps the previous year's data, so, if we wait another year, we'll still be able to get adequate data for this year and past years. So we're not worried about, well, we need to start tracking data now. That data is going to be tracked anyway. And I also think just from a staffing perspective too, you're going to have to get somebody to focus on using this tool and things like that. And I don't think we've made decisions yet on, or we haven't been able to yet replace Public Works or any of the other positions that, we're looking to still fill. So I'd be for pushing it off another year, which is, I guess, where it actually sits now.
Is its placement being changed?
It doesn't sound like it, so I think, is everybody good with how the CIP is?
Yep.
Are there any other changes or anything you guys want to see? If not, we can move into consideration. Is there a motion in there?
There is a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2027 to 2031 capital improvement plan as presented or amended.
So moved.
So as presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so the next one is a discussion of the methods of responding to comments from the public comment period. And I think what we all are thinking is that if there is a situation where someone comes up, I know there was a gentleman that was here several meetings ago from Firethorn, and he was talking about traffic being such a nightmare to get out onto Marvin Road, and we didn't have a way to reach out to him, but if he's listening, we did contact DOT for a traffic study there to see what we might be able to do to mitigate some of that. But moving forward, what we'd like to do is, if there's a question that's posed to council that needs an answer, we may ask the resident to leave their phone number or email address or something, and then we can contact them after the fact if everyone is agreeable to that.
I had a constituent recommend that we restore the response to public comments. And she pointed out that, and I hadn't even really thought about this, but like sometimes we get emails, sometimes we get different things, and it's one of those things, like if one person's asking a question, it's probably 10 or 15 people that have that question. And there's definitely some benefit to having a short period where people could respond to public comments that maybe they got or that people brought up, so that it could go to the benefit of everyone rather than maybe just the one person who came with the question.
You mean as a part of the agenda?
Yep.
And that's what we did have. I think we had that on there at some point.
Yeah, and I was all for taking it off to streamline things, but they were they made a great point, that there's a real benefit, I think, to having that on there. So people's questions can get answered, and other people who might have that question can also get an answer.
So are you saying that we put it down further down on the agenda? Or do we
Yeah.
answer it right when they ask it?
No, not when they ask, but I
Okay.
think there should be, maybe we should consider restoring the
Okay.
response to previous public comments.
And that segment was meant to respond to comments from the previous meeting, to give us time to do any necessary research.
Right.
Okay. So what do y'all want to do?
Yeah, I don't feel strong. I was one of the folks who wanted to take it off there because I felt like past councils have abused it. I don't think we have that kind of a concern as much here. But I think we could also cover those kind of comments when.
Could you put your mic on, Tom?
I'm just saying, yeah, I don't disagree with Fred. I'm thinking that if we wanted to streamline things, we could have those comments left for the council comments at the end, but it's, I don't feel strongly one way or another. Like I was saying when I was on mute, I felt like it was important to take it off at the time because at least I had the perception that it had been abused by council members in past councils, and I thought it made sense to take it off because it looked very defensive. But that's the flip side of it. If we can govern ourselves appropriately, which I trust we can, then no problem in leaving it on there.
Yep, I'm good with that. That makes sense. That's how a lot of other bodies do it also. In that time, they'll respond.
So you guys want to add it to the agenda to answer any questions that were asked earlier in the same meeting?
No, I think
No.
even when we talked about pulling it off, I had said like a lot of other bodies will do it in that comment section at the very, very, very end.
Oh,
And I
okay.
think that's a fine place to do it. I don't think we need to amend the agenda.
Per the rules of procedure, you're not supposed to really talk about any new orders of business during those comments.
Okay,
So I think you're kind of edging onto that line at that point.
okay.
All right, so then
So then we
adding
have
it
to,
back to the agenda.
so we need to add it back to the agenda.
Just a comment, what is then the purpose of Coffee with Council? In other words, we're taking 2 times out of the month to be able to address the public directly. And some of those have gone interesting. So I'm just asking one or the other. In other words, if we're going to allow to respond and it's an open forum and everybody gets 3 minutes, do we really need Coffee with Council? Just asking.
I think we do, Bob. I think Coffee with Council is the opportunity for them to have a dialogue back and forth. I think public comment in the as part of our regular meeting gives them an actual opportunity to say something out in front of the public for all of the public to be here and be recorded as they're saying it. And I think it is appropriate that I think many residents feel left out of the process if there is no response to it at all. So having staff reasonably kind of research, a particular issue over the week and staff really, not necessarily individual council people, responding to any of those items that would be pertinent at the beginning of the next one, I think would be useful. I think they are for 2 different things. Coffee with Council is more for that back and forth dialogue. I think that is important. But I think it's also important for people to have their concerns and stuff, logged as part of the formal process and meetings as well.
So if that is the consensus of the board, I'll add that back to the agenda. I'll call it something like response to previous public comments, and I'll put it just before the new public comment period.
Okay. That works. Okay, moving on. Considering the appointment of 2 applicants to the Parks, Rec, and Greenways Board for terms commencing 3/1/26 and expiring 3/1/29. And in addition to this, we wanted to talk about the fact that this board currently has 5 members, but our boards normally have 7. Council, Planning Board have 7, and so we would like to entertain adding 2 more members to PRG, in addition to the ones that we'll be appointing today. But we can take applications for these 2 new positions. We can post something on that later today or tomorrow.
We could go ahead and do public communications for that, but the vacancies would not officially exist until you amend the ordinance for the board,
Okay.
which we could do at the next meeting.
Mayor Barber is just joined, so if someone wants to make a motion?
The motion they made at the beginning of the meeting covered just remote
Oh, okay,
participation for the
okay,
meeting, so they
okay,
should be
sorry.
good.
Okay.
If you can just note that for the minutes.
Hello, Joe.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Everybody can hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, all right, great.
Yep. Hey, Joe.
Hey, gang.
All right, so do I have, so we're going to do that in our next agenda? We're going to add 2 members to the board in our next agenda?
You could pass an ordinance at the next meeting, yes.
So
Okay.
we'd have to pass an ordinance and
Yeah,
prepare a budget amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and this is actually the first time I'm actually hearing about adding 2 members. So, you know, I would think we'd want to have kind of a discussion about that. We do also have a PRG meeting, our joint meeting, I believe, is the morning of our next regularly scheduled board meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. Both meetings are on March 2nd. PRG's that morning at 9 a.m., the joint meeting, and your regular meeting's that night at 6 p.m.
I think given the timing of the PRG meeting, it might be helpful if we got the PRG commentary on whether or not they'd like to add 2 as well.
Okay.
So you could address the vacancies today, the positions today, and then you could have that as a point of discussion at your joint meeting. And in theory, you could adopt an ordinance later that night to
Okay.
officially amend the board, create those 2 positions, and you can go from there.
So why don't we do that?
Well, so we're going to need time to prepare an ordinance and a budget amendment, so we would need some direction. Because we'll have to put the ordinance on that agenda. So if y'all want to go ahead and have discussion as to, like, do you want us to get the PRG input first and then come back to you all? Like, how do y'all want to do it?
Bob, what do you think, since you served on it for many years?
I see, well, a couple of things. I see no reason not to have 7. I see that Park Rec and Greenway is going to have a pretty full agenda moving forward for the next couple of years. And, you know, one thing John and I both are very familiar with is that we struggled to get members for Park Rec and Greenway, so filling the 2 may be a little difficult. But I know we have, we have some applicants. I'd like to see it. So that's my 2 cents. I mean, I agree with John. I think, you know, John's caught unaware by it. We just had a discussion not too long ago about it. I think Park Rec and, I'd like to get Park Rec and Greenway's input.
Okay.
And let's let them tell us if they're okay going to 7, and if they're okay with going to 7, to come back and make a recommendation to council accordingly.
When is the next PRG?
So they're both on the same day. So in theory, you've got the joint meeting on March 2nd. So have that conversation, and the regular meeting's that night. The actual ordinance to add the seat, I could write that quickly. It's a short, swapping out 1 or 2 words.
Okay.
But they need time for the budget amendment portion. So
Okay.
they would need to figure that out.
Okay.
Christine, is that okay with you?
Yeah, we can come back with a later budget amendment, that's fine. I mean, ideally, we'd like to do it in the same one, but we can make that happen.
Okay.
So would you just rather have this as a part of your joint discussion?
Yes.
Agenda
That's
topics?
probably a
Okay.
perfect time to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would make sense, and then
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. So now back to the issue at hand with the actual seats today.
All right, so do I have any nominations for PRG board members?
And you can do both positions at the same time, or you can do them individually.
Okay. Anyone?
Christina Culp and Michael Fatone for Park Rec and Greenway.
Do I need a second?
So there's not a motion, so you don't need a second, it's just whoever has nominations can state them aloud, and then then each voting member can state who they prefer.
Okay. Okay, so we have nominated Christina Culp and Michael Vitone for the available positions. So can I get a vote for Christina Culp? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and Michael Vitone? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
So I will let them know. So you're good to move on to the next item.
yes. So we need to consider the appointment of 2 applicants to the Planning Board and Board of Adjustments for terms commencing 3/1/26 and expiring 3/1/29.
And I do need you guys to do these separately because the positions are not equal. One position is a planning board member and a BOA regular member. That seat is currently held by Ken Marino, who is seeking reappointment. The other one is a planning board member and BOA alternate. That was Angel's seat before she moved to council.
Okay. So do I have any nominations for the first seat available? Anyone?
I nominate Chris Day for Planning Board and Board of Adjustment.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Were there any other nominations?
Oh, well, we're going to nominate, I thought we had to vote them separately.
So yes, you take as many nominations as members want to give, and then each person states their preferred
Oh,
nominee.
okay, all right. So are there any other nominations? Hello?
Then you're good to vote.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I'd also like to renominate Ken Marino.
Is the mayor allowed to nominate?
The mayor is not allowed to nominate per the rules of procedure.
Okay.
Point of clarification, Austin, is this for the alternate BOA?
They are doing the first seat first. This is the planning board member and BOA regular member.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So,
So you have 2 nominations, so now you literally can just say, go around the table and Tom gives his preference, you give your preference, and do that.
okay, so Tom, do you want to begin?
Chris Day.
Chris Day.
Chris Day.
Chris Day.
Okay. So Chris Day passes. All right, so for the second position, do I have any nominations for the second position?
I nominate Mark Weatherington for Planning Board and Board of Adjustment alternate.
Okay. Do I have any other nominations?
I'd like to renominate Ken Marino.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, then let's go ahead and vote.
Mark Weatherington.
Mark Weatherington.
Ken Marino.
Mark Weatherington.
Okay. So can you contact?
So, okay.
Okay. All right. So next item of business, discuss and consider the adoption of the Village of Marvin 2026 through 2036 strategic plan.
Yes, so this, the strategic plan was something you all had discussed at your retreat. We went through in great detail at the retreat. We kind of wordsmithed some of the changes that you all would like to see, and that's inside of your agenda packet. We can go line by line, or if you've had the opportunity to read these.
Would you like me to screen share?
Sure, yeah. Hopefully you've had a chance to read these by now. And this does help us to kind of align what you're looking for in the next couple of years in terms of where we need to budget resources and dollars. And so that we're just kind of looking for some guidance as to if we got this right from you all. This is something that you look at every year at your retreat, and we try to use this as creating our work plans for the year, and also to develop the budget and some of the priorities that are listed in there. While Austin's pulling it up, we slightly revised the mission and vision, and then we changed around some of your goals, and then we added in a couple of items that you all had discussed at your retreat.
Okay, so this is the draft document. This is the draft document, it's track changed. The goals are renumbered. Your goal 4 is now goal 1. It's just still below because I haven't accepted all the changes yet.
So we'll just go page by page. Is there any questions, concerns with page 1?
I just had down toward the bottom, encourage private investment partnerships. The only suggestion I would have is to change the reference to Waxaw in both the second and third bullet, and I guess third bullet too, well, maybe the second and third, to explore partnerships with other municipalities, including Waxhaw, Weddington, and Union County.
Union County. Okay, we can make that
Yeah,
change.
I'm doing it on the fly. Don't judge my spelling.
We're gonna.
Including. And I can do that same thing here. So you said bullet points 2 and 3?
Yeah, 2 and 3, that both, yeah, that would, and I think that's fine. I think the Bonds Grove roundabout would be just Waxhaw. Well, I don't know if we need to, if Union County factors into that or not, but,
There
I
are,
think
we're in
think
agreement
no.
with them already, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good, that's good now?
Yeah,
Good
I
for
mean, you
me.
could add Union County because we actually have an agreement with them, so that would still suffice.
Okay, let me add Union County.
While he's doing that,
And the
did y'all
timeline.
have any notes on goal 3 inside of your agenda packet? It's orange. It was the grow the village strategically, safely, and responsibly. Okay, we'll move on to goal 4. Promote multimodal transportation and pedestrian safety. No changes? Okay, we'll move on to the previous goal, number 1, which is now number 4, of preserve small-town atmosphere and identity. Any changes needed there?
Directional signage,
It's the wayfinding,
the what?
the wayfinding signage.
That's not the welcome to.
They're all part of the same package, but one, the engineering covers all, and then you've got the welcome signs and then the directional.
You mean the welcome signs that are there now?
I don't mean those, I mean monument signs.
The
later on.
monument signs?
Is that?
There are two separate things listed on there. They're listed together and then separately.
Okay, so I see that, but the one underneath it, that says complete installation of 2 phases directional signage of the village's wayfaring initiative to improve navigation and community identity.
And then the one below is the welcome monuments.
Okay, so what is the one above?
It's the directional signage. You had the. in your
Like to the
CIP.
park and,
Yeah.
It's it's what you had in the CIP, the depiction of, like the signs that.
It'd say like, Marvin Eford Park, 2 miles this way, Publix, 1 mile that way, and I'm not saying
They
Publix,
don't
but just,
have mileage on them, but yeah.
I just want to point out that in our survey, people were open to having the welcome monuments, but not the directional signage.
The directional signage was over 50% in the survey. The welcome monuments were like 63, the directional signs were like 50.5 or 51, I'd have to go back and look, but they were over 50%.
Okay.
I love the wayfinding, just as like a branding Marvin kind of thing. Like when you come down Providence over by Cuthbertson and they have the wayfinding and like, libraries this way. And it points out a lot of things that you might not know are there, but it's a subtle reminder of like all the things that are offered in this area. I think it'd be an asset.
We just don't have much yet, I guess, so. If we're talking about doing it a couple years from now, maybe we'll have more. So,
do y'all want to make changes to that, or? You want to keep it?
yeah, I just wanted to point it out. It's fine.
And that should be
That's pretty
all.
much it.
So unless y'all have, and also we did put in your agenda packets the priority survey results so you guys can see kind of where you were in line with some of the projects that you wanted to see. So from here, we will try to develop our budget as best we can to fit some of these goals. It's not always going to 100% happen, but we will at least strive to, and we will reassess this at the next retreat. So we're just looking for a motion to approve the strategic plan as presented,
As amended.
as amended, sorry.
So moved.
Do you need a second?
No seconds.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next is a discussion and consider installation of trail at the Heritage at Marvin subdivision.
Councilman Nunnenkamp wanted to add this to the agenda, to discuss. I think this was as a result of some conversation at a previous Coffee with Council event. It was approximately $28,000 that we received in fee and lieu money to build the trail at the Heritage. That hasn't been put into play in anywhere, any shape or form in the CIP. So we're here to just.
It's in the CIP.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is for next year.
So I do currently have it in the CIP that you just adopted for 26 to 27, and it's currently in the draft of the budget for 26 to 27 as well.
The one thing that I would say about this particular topic is, you know, as far as any operational plan of dedicating those monies to it, the residents were very clear in that, you know, the one trail that we already have in Heritage of Marvin, they love it, it's nice, but it doesn't really go anywhere for them. I do, before we would want to dedicate the full money to that portion of the trail though, there is also the discussion about what's going on with adjoining properties and things like that, where we might get some bigger bang for the buck, you know, and do something that those residents may actually even prefer if we just wait and kind of consider some of those other opportunities as well. So I just wanted to add that part into it as well, that while that fee and lieu could be used to do that specific piece, it could also, you know, be worked on to make connectivity to adjoining properties as well, which might serve a better overall purpose. And we would do that in conjunction with those residents that are asking about it.
The reason I wanted to address this, John and I had met with 3 individuals, and they were all obviously at the Heritage, and the Heritage is a isolated neighborhood, actually. And the trail they have goes to absolutely nowhere, and it's not very long at all. And you can't walk on Newtown Road. You certainly aren't going to walk on Marvin Road. And right now, as John knows, they have very little, if anywhere, to walk. And it's a very congested neighborhood on top of that. And John and I were going to, you know, we promised them we'd bring forward their concerns and then get back to them. And I just wanted to raise with council that these people were presented a map, and they were promised certain things when they moved in terms of a trail that has not been delivered on. And I just want to bring that before council, and John knows a lot more about why the fee and lieu, 28,000 went somewhere else. I'm not really up to speed on that, but I do want everybody to be aware there are concerns in that neighborhood about walkability and being isolated and being fearful to walk in the neighborhood because of the congestion and all the cars on the street. So, anyway.
I had some residents from a neighborhood close by there ask me about tree save. Is there an issue with tree saves or something if you cut a trail there?
No, because all of that easement and that trail was part of the original rezoning plan. So
Okay.
it's all factored into that. So once again, our trails are supposed to be low impact. That's why the easement's 30 feet wide. Where if there is any existing canopy trees within the easement location, we can meander around them. But it's typically where it's the least amount of disturbance or tree removal or vegetation removal in general.
Well, I know that I agree with what John said, that there's some other things that are being worked on right now. So I think maybe we should let some things take their course and maybe revisit this.
And it's in the CIP for next year, so we will try to do what we can to get it budgeted. And it's actually coming from capital, so it shouldn't be a problem to get it budgeted, but we would still have to come to you to approve the contract, to approve any feasibility studies that are needed, and any type of additional work that's needed from there. So you'll have the conversation again.
Okay.
At some point, we've had some conversations about residents having expectations that there are trail projects to be voted on by homeowners. So at some point, I don't know if y'all want to have some conversations about what that process looks like. That's not something that we do, but if that's something that individual HOAs or homeowners are desiring, that's, a conversation for likely another entity, but I don't know how y'all feel about that, or how y'all want to educate HOAs or homeowners of that kind of thought process. And I will note too, we have had some questions about public hearings on trail projects. That's not something, to my understanding, we've ever done. It is not a legal requirement for us to have a public hearing on a trail. It's not something that we would recommend. It does cost to go through the process of a public hearing, but that has been a discussion piece that people have asked, or at least one resident has asked.
Okay. Well,
I'm sympathetic to the residents, but as John pointed out, I think there's a lot of moving parts and other things that we're working out that are kind of ancillary to this, that are going to kind of impact this probably, and we should probably wait till those settle and we know what those look like, and then we can kind of come back and see how this ties in or doesn't.
Well, we can,
Yeah, so I would say we keep it and leave it in the budget as it stands for now. It's just that we don't necessarily take any of those other actions on it, dedicating to engineering or, actually construction or things like that until we kind of see the direction some of these other items are going. Because even those residents at Heritage of Marvin might actually prefer, a better outcome, even than what's kind of already planned there.
what you could do is just add it to your ongoing action items as a continual assessment, and then that'll just kind of remind us every month to come back and look at that and see if we had any updates.
Okay.
Y'all want to do that?
yeah, let's do that.
I think technically we have till 2029 to spend the money, correct, Hunter?
Okay.
You have like 5 years to spend it.
We have to pull that agreement.
It wasn't in the agreement, I think that's just the statutes. And then just to clarify, I think we also, the feedback we got was that it had to be used on a trail, it couldn't be used on a park. Is that correct? Can't be used on like a Heritage Pocket Park, it has to be used on a trail.
That's correct.
Okay,
But
just want to clarify.
I will mention, obviously, once again, this was originally going to be done by the developer. I'll have to go check the 100% engineered construction drawings for that, but we may already have some base engineering completed for that. So that may be some cost savings, because once again, that would have been a part of their original plans as part of their construction document. So I'll look into that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have been in communication with at least one of those residents that's been representing the others. I'll get back to him specifically to kind of let him know what our intent is, just kind of pushing this off, just so that they're not asking if everybody's okay with that.
Okay. All right. So if we're good with that, we'll move on. We need to discuss and consider authorizing the purchase of salt spreader and snowplow kit.
So I'll be real quick on this. Pursuant to our snow events that we had the last couple of months, we did present to you all some options to get a plow. It costs, a plow and a salt spreader. So the salt spreader was about $1,500. There's some quotes inside of your agenda packet. We can put that on our truck now. We also got a quote for the snowplow on our mule and our 350. The mule was about $1,600. So I'm asking to reallocate the $10,000 that we had budgeted for the Marvin Eford Park engineering study to pay for these two items, and we can go ahead and get them done this year.
Okay, any discussion?
I'm good with that.
I had one question about it, in regards to specifically the larger plow for the F-350. But would that be, the hope is that we would have a plow and have it available for when we need it. But the reality is that we wouldn't need it all that often, so I would expect it to last a real long time. Would that plow also be adaptable to other type trucks if, at some point in the future, we're switching trucks?
So the plow that we're presenting is just for the mule, not the actual truck. I mean, if you're talking about buying the $6,000 plow, it was specifically for the F-150 that we have. I mean, I'm sure you can get some equipment to connect it. So, I mean, I don't know the answer to that question directly, but I'm assuming you can, but that's not what we're presenting.
Okay. I thought we were discussing the options between the mule and the larger plow.
I mean, we can. I know that I specifically asked him to get a quote for the existing truck that we have. So I assume it can be adapted, but I don't know that for 100% sure.
Okay. Okay.
We would not plow, just so everyone understands, we would not plow the roads unless it was absolutely needed, and it would only be the areas that are needed for emergency access. We're not going to go out and plow every single subdivision. It's just those areas that fire trucks and ambulances would have a problem going up a steep hill or, a decline in areas that are very shady in nature and just the salt doesn't work.
So,
My concern with the mule just is it enough, to even handle those things? That I don't know.
I think, and this is just my personal opinion, but I think the kind of perception in the community is anything that we can do is better than what, DOT is doing at times. I know the last event where we had the one prior to the snow where we had all that ice, what we did and what DOT did didn't work on anything. And a plow is not going to work on ice. But if we're going and laying down salt prior to the event and then coming back and plowing those areas, I mean, I can't say it's a, catch-all for every single problem that we're going to have, but I think it's better than what we've got.
okay.
My thoughts are the salt spreader makes sense because, we have threat of snow all the time, and then we may have a half an inch, and the salt helps dissipate it, and it goes away. And that happens fairly frequently. The amount of times we're going to use a plow in Marvin, North Carolina, I just don't see it's worth the investment. I mean, we had a big snow, but it's the biggest snow we've had in almost 20 years.
Well, and that's why we went with the lesser option. It's
I
cheap
know.
just to have it.
Yeah, I'm just, where I'm at right now, I'm in favor of the salt spreader, but I like to pass on the plow. And I don't know how other people feel.
And we are not asking for one or the other. We're asking for both, just so you are aware.
Okay.
The $1,600 salt spreader and the $1,600 plow for the mule in the event that it's needed for, even if it's just for the parking lot at Village Hall.
So it's a total of $3,200.
Roughly, yeah.
For both events, I will tell you that it was really cool to see the kids coming over from Innisbrook and coming down Heritage Oak Lane on tubes down the hill. Okay, I wish I was one of them. I will tell you that when both those incidents happened, and I'm sure there are other areas that have those type of elevations, it is like in a pinch, you're able to, allow people to come out of the homes, and, within a day or so, or 2 days. I mean, it's valuable for the money that we're spending.
Yeah, I know my vote doesn't count remotely today, but if it did, I'd recommend both the mule and the salt spreader.
Okay, so should we vote?
Sure.
Okay. All in favor?
Motion in the system is to authorize the reallocation of $10,000 from Marvinford Park Emergency Exit for the purchase of a salt spreader and the purchase of a mule plow kit.
So moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, discussion and consideration of a scarifier for sidewalk repairs.
I don't think the ROI is there on this. I think.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. So just for those listening at home, a scarifier is essentially a sidewalk grinder. We go out, we just started doing this past year and went out and did a sidewalk assessment, and we found 75 panels to need some level of work. I think 12 of those, or somewhere in, were identified to need complete replacement, whereas 59 of those were being done in-house. We're still working on this now, but basically what that meant is we rented a sidewalk grinder, scarifier, to grind down the sidewalk. It does cost about $1,500 per week to rent. So yes, you're right, the return on investment is pretty high, is pretty low, I should say, on this one. However, if we want to have a fast and efficient response time, this is probably the best route to go, is to have it in-house. But if you guys are okay with us just doing this maybe once a year, we could just, continuously rent it out. We're just gonna have a potential liability issue on an area that doesn't get addressed for potentially a year.
So from my point of view, we got maybe 20 years worth of bad sidewalks that we knocked out in under a week. And if another sidewalk presents itself as being so bad that it needs immediate repair, there's probably some other thing that caused it in 1 year to jump up 3/4 of an inch, and that's what we need to address rather than grind it down. So, I mean, $1,500 every, for 20 years worth of repairs, I think I'm good with that. If we rent them once a year, we'll have it for a day. And we'll do a bunch. I just don't see the value in owning one.
Okay, so do we want to vote?
Do you want them to vote on just doing rentals?
So I presented, I don't know how I put in the memo. I think I put, I'm sorry, in the
Purchase /
motion.
rental.
But if there's not a consensus to move forward, we don't need to vote on it. I'm only coming at it from a service delivery standpoint, just so you are aware.
I'm with Fred.
So we'll proceed with rentals. You guys don't need a motion for that.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move to new business. Discussion of changes to Rule 38, appointments of Village Council Rules of Procedure. I just wanted to address this because when we had that resignation and then the appointment, there's no timeline in our current policy that states how long it should take, and I think we need to address that because it happened so quickly the last time that a lot of the people that had applied didn't even get an interview. So I would like to suggest some kind of a timeline in case we have a resignation again, where we have a certain length of time that's not 3 weeks, that's a little longer, so we have time to properly interview people. So that's my thought on it. Do you guys have an opinion one way or the other?
Yeah, I agree. I think some kind of written out procedure and timeline would be prudent.
So my thought was that if someone resigns, within 2 weeks, we post that we need to fill that vacant position. And then we let applications come in for a month. And then we interview for a month.
Post within 2 weeks, accept applications for a month, interview for a month.
And then at our next meeting, make a decision. So, and I don't know if you guys think that's too long, but, I mean, it would be within 90 days, and maybe that's too long, not long enough. I don't know what you guys think, but just to give us ample time to be able to properly interview people that took the time to apply, I think is important.
And I don't.
I agree. Can I make a comment as an aside? Since I was.
Well, we
the
love
one
you,
most-
Bob,
I
so
know.
don't take it personal, please.
No. The reason I want to say what I'm saying is that there are numerous people in Marvin that are not comfortable with the current process. And I'm glad you brought up what you did. I think that moving forward, there needs to be a more formal process and have everybody having the opportunity to interview for the position. And I think that will allay a lot of fears moving forward. There have been a lot of appointments in the past, some done with interviews and some done without interviews. But I think formalizing the process is a good thing, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Okay. Is this something we need to vote on, or?
So you guys don't have this reduced to writing yet, so I would not.
Okay.
I can take your feedback. I can take what you gave me. I can
Okay.
write out an amendment for the rules of procedure, and I can stick it on consent for the next meeting.
Okay,
And there's like some minor, like just little things in there we've been trying to update anyway, so.
okay. All right.
And if I could just, I'm very supportive of this process as well, and I was kind of outspoken, during the last situation. I ended up voting for Bob because I felt it important to vote for a person that I thought was worthy of it. But I was looking for a better process like this. But Austin, I just want to make sure that it's understood. This puts, a formal process in place, but it's incumbent upon us as council to stick to that process, because at any time, a council could change that process or suspend, those rules of procedure, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that that's known to people as well, that, we're putting this process in place, but it's really incumbent upon the individual council members to stick to it.
Okay.
Okay,
Understood, John.
okay.
And Austin, as you're putting that together, I would suggest that we also have like some kind of emergency provision in there such that, like, if we have to really speed things up, we don't have to do.
That was a clause in there that's something along the lines as permits or something, so if you guys need to take a more immediate action for whatever reason. you can.
Yeah, I don't want to derail
Got
this
it.
conversation. I just want to.
I can handle that, no problem.
Okay, so I am going to skip, I'm going to table I2 and I3 for just a moment because Tom has to leave in just a few, and we need him here for I4, which is the discussion of a finance advisory task force for village operations. Joe, are you on?
I am on.
Do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, so with roads being the largest cutout of our budget, should we continue down this road, pardon the pun, I had proposed about a month ago, just in conversation, just in casual conversation, whether we have a board or a work group or a task force of people that are really skilled in finance, that come from that background, that worked in that background, to basically look at our budget from a macro standpoint and combine it with what we're told from basically DOT and our own village knowledge of how we're going to improve roads, maintain roads, at least, neighborhoods as well as roundabouts. Let's get some finance eyes on this with Jill so that we are making the right decisions in long-term planning. And it's not that people on council aren't smart enough to make this decision, but clearly there are financial nuances that need to be brought into the picture, into frame when you're dealing with this type of planning and these types of costs. So I'm open to any one of the three, whether it be a task force, a work group, or a board. Some wanted a board because they wanted transparency. I agree with that. Some said, well, let's keep it simple at first, and then if it's something we want to mature into a board and expand the scope of it, we can do that. So I am open to any of the three, but I do think we need to basically address this if we are going to take on neighborhood streets and roundabouts.
Okay. So I agree with you, Joe. I would also like to see people with skin in the game looking at our finances because, one thing that we haven't talked about today, because we're not ready to talk about it yet, is the roundabouts, because we know that we've got 2 more coming after Bonds Grove, and they're very expensive. And while we may be able to get some help with CRTPO, we may not. And so I would really like somebody who is a taxpayer or several people that this is what they do to just help us take a look at where we can potentially save money and whatnot. So, and I would propose that we start it as a task force, and then if it evolves into something where we feel like we need a board, then move in that direction. So, thoughts?
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think a task force is a nice.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, John.
sorry, I spoke to Joe about this at length too, and I do think that there is some benefit in doing that. And I've always been a proponent of the fact that we have some very talented, smart individuals throughout the village that have things to contribute here. The one thing that I want to make sure of is, in the end, we are the ones for making the fiscal and financial decisions for the village. And I just don't want to be perceived as, whether it's a tax hike or, a bond issue or things like that. I don't want us to be perceived as passing the buck because, it's really we that the residents are electing, to make those tough decisions. And I just want to make sure that we all keep that in mind.
John, I'm sorry, go ahead, Bob.
My input in this is, the last thing I want to do is grow government, okay? We only have 7,000 residents, and I think we're getting too complicated. Honestly, Jill at the helm, okay, with the assistance of Christina, over the past years have done a great job of apprising the council who we're ultimately making the decision. And boy, you can see the information we're getting. It's a learning curve. And to bring a separate task force in here to kind of bring them through this learning curve and go through everything that really the new council, you folks, are really learning, I think is a lot of time. And I think it puts more of a burden on the staff. The only thing I suggest is that maybe the planning board, who's involved with planning, okay, and looking at the geography and are involved in everything else, they have a separate set of heads that they can actually, maybe have some thought to that, and get their input. Ultimately, like John is saying, we're the ones that are going to make the decision. I think, for example, the way that we're being taught right now, and especially the new council, I think you're getting a pretty good handle on where we stand. I mean, we either have money or we don't. And to have a task force and have somebody else on the outside, I'm saying residents, give their input, it's like, well, we're the ones that are elected to council. We're the ones that decide. And if we're going to keep the roads, we'll figure out financially how to handle it. I just think Jill and Christina have done a great job, as in the past years, of guiding us along. But that's my input. That's all.
Yeah, this is not an indictment of anyone's skill set within village staff. And there are services we can pay for that will give us information that parallel maybe what we may find with the task force. But having people that live in our village that are skilled at finance and long-term planning when it comes to something like this, an expenditure as big as this, that would be the one thing that would cause an increase in taxes or a reintroduction of a bond a few years, pushing 28, 29, or even 2030. Look, we can disband the task force anytime we want to if it's not paying any dividends. But the fact that this is going to cause more work for our village staff, I just, sorry, but I dismiss that. People with us on council can help run this. We just need a spreadsheet and we need financial, transparency at a high level so that we can sit down and speak with these folks from an intellectual standpoint on what their thoughts are, coming from a place where they have possibly advised cities before in the past as a banker or as a financier or whatnot. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'd rather bring in some nice outside talent that lives in Marvin and use that resource along with maybe one of Christina's resources of one of these agencies that puts together data, and let's make the smart decision. We're dealing with millions of dollars over many, many years, and I think this is a good college try here. That's just my thought on this. But I appreciate, your thoughts, Bob, on this and everyone else's. That's why we're discussing this as a group.
So if this is what you guys want to do, we can move forward with a working group. You guys can talk about who you want to bring in for this. So if that's the direction you want to move in, we definitely can do that.
Okay.
I ju-
So we need to vote?
I need some clarification myself.
2 points. The second you vote on that, you make it a public body, and then agendas, minutes, notices, all the paperwork, recordings. That's what takes it from moving beyond a working group to a board, is the official creation of it by a motion of the council. So if you want to keep it as a task force.
As a task force?
Then
Okay.
you don't need to vote on it. We'll just move forward with forming
Okay.
that group internally.
I would need to know how we're going to select the people that, I'm sorry, I don't know if y'all discussed that. How,
Well, I was getting ready to ask. So a couple of questions I have is, what are the criteria that y'all are going to be adopting to sort of vet who has the financial experience to serve? If you're going to want my input on that or not, doesn't matter, but that has to be decided. And then, as someone who has worked in private finance, public finance, nonprofit finance, church finance, I've done it all, and now government finance, I can tell you that the government finance is drastically different from any other so far. So it's going to be a learning curve, even if they have finance background. I still think it's a worthy thing to do. No one has spoken to me about it, so I can't really, I don't know how it's going to impact me. So I've heard the mayor say he doesn't think it's going to impact staff, but I can tell you that if I have to be at every one of these meetings, that will impact me. If I have to be providing reports, spreadsheets, data, if I have to be training or teaching people how to read the data, that's going to impact me. So once you guys start figuring that out, I would just love to be pulled into a conversation so I can set reasonable expectations of what I think I can contribute to the group. And it may be that they're going to be totally independent and they don't really need me at all. That's fine too. But if they are going to need me, I kind of need some direction and some understanding of how it's going to impact me, knowing that I'm still doing some of Tyler's job for Parks and Rec since he left. So I'm already spread pretty thin.
well, for clarity,
I think on Jill's behalf here, I think one of the things that we want to do is we want to think long-term about this. We're already kind of well into, starting to work on the budget, the priorities, all of those things. So, I think if the expectation were that they're going to be fully on board and ingrained in this current budget process, that's one thing. But knowing that it's going to take us, at least a month, 6 weeks to put a board together, I think, making sure that we have the longer term in mind. I think Jill's focus really needs to be on this year's budget and continuing to bring us all up to speed on all the idiosyncrasies of it.
and for clarity, I have spoken to Jill about it directly, but I don't think none of us know like the parameters and the guardrails of like what we're forming here. So that's kind of to piggyback off of
So
her
why
comment.
don't we talk about this? We can, when Joe gets back in town, we can talk about this separately. If everybody is okay moving forward in some capacity, we can talk about it when Joe gets back.
Do you want to table it until the next work session or the next meeting?
Well, we don't want to vote on it, right?
I mean, if everybody, look, do we have a consensus to actually do it? If we do, then we can put together parameters on paper, send it out to everybody and say, this is kind of what we're thinking about doing, and let's finalize it. I don't want to wait a month to do this, especially if we find out the next 2 weeks that we're straddled with roads.
Agreed.
So,
Yep.
and Jill, I didn't go to you on this because council's been told not to go to any of Christina's, direct reports. Christina's aware of what my intentions are. I've spoken to this ad nauseum with people on council, one-on-one, and staff, and you. So I regret that this was a surprise to some people. It was never meant to be that way. I've been very open about this. This is a #1 priority that I have, is getting our finances where they're going to need to be with the millions of dollars we need to spend over the years if we're straddled with roads.
Yeah, I want to clarify, this isn't the first I'm hearing of it. Christina did come and talk to me. The comment I made was, no one has informed me how it's going to impact my day-to-day or how much of my time will be needed. And I think Christina couldn't tell me that because you guys haven't decided that part yet. So just to clarify, I am well aware and totally supportive of what you're trying to do. I just also need to make sure that I protect my time, that my responsibilities to the village get prioritized first, always before that. That's all, but we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, at the retreat, we took certain types of responsibilities off of you with reducing events for Parks and Rec. I would like to pull everything of Parks and Rec that you have to work on off of you. That's ultimately what I think we need to do here, so you can focus 100% on finance. You can't serve two masters here. Finance is much more important right now, and we've got a board for Parks and Rec that ought to be able to manage this stuff. So it's really two separate tasks. Focus on finance 100%. You do that, and we let our Parks and Rec and Greenways Board handle what's going on in the village from a recreation standpoint. I think that's a fair assessment.
So let me,
If I could though, just to understand, if Joe's saying we really need to have this in place because we need them making an impact, how is this task force formed? How are people nominated? How are they approved? And does that realistically give folks a time to get on speed to the extent they would need to be to impact this budget process? Because I think we have to assume, like we always have, that these roads are ours to maintain and so forth. And while I think there's benefit to doing this long term to discuss those things, I'm just wondering what the rush is to get it done for this budget season.
Well, because we need to start saving for roads, period. So we have to have some idea, and maybe we do, but it would be nice to.
I mean, you guys have said it yourselves that there's a learning curve. So let's let them learn and understand how things work. And then, look, this isn't a task force that's meant to be kept in, perpetuity. We bring them in, we look at the numbers, we know what we're basically dealing with. If we have to float a bond issue, or in 3 years there has to be a tax increase. I like having a second opinion from people that live in our village that deal with finance, and they can weigh in on that. I think that's important. So yeah, we don't have to turn this thing on tomorrow, but I don't want to stretch it out 2 or 3 months. I mean, if we accomplish it in a month, okay, that's fine. I just don't want this thing lingering for months and months, because there is a little bit of a learning curve, and that's understandable. And once they're acclimated and they understand what it is we're trying to do, we may have all the numbers we need from DOT, and we can wrap this thing up in less than 5 or 6 months.
Hey, Joe, this is Bob.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts in terms of the selection of people for this work group? How are we going to go about that? And is council going to interview those individuals? These are important people.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts?
We can do a nomination process like we have for basically boards. I don't know what the rules are for task force versus an actual board, but I want to get the best and the brightest. I'd like to have 3 or 4, maybe 5 folks on it. And we can advertise that it's needed, and we can get applications in for it.
Okay.
My recommendation here is don't nominate, don't vote on someone, because you're in effect creating a public body, which is a board. You definitely can advertise, you can ask people to send in a form or something like that we can set up, and then you guys can decide internally amongst yourselves.
We can just appoint, right?
Do
We
no
can just appoint a
appointments.
couple.
You
No,
don't
we can't.
appoint. The second you make an appointment, that becomes a public body.
Okay.
So it's,
sorry, how would they have this conversation like we're having today and say person A, B, and C is, because we can't create something behind closed doors. Like
how have we handled any other project working group? It's been taking people who are interested, vetting them internally, asking you guys if you are okay with it, but not without a formal appointment process.
Usually when we have, like, we just established a working group a couple weeks ago where we had appointed a member from Cancel and a member from PRG to talk about X, Y, and Z.
There was no formal motion.
No, but there was no formal motion, but we made that conversation as a part of here. So I guess what I'm asking is,
Consensus.
let's say Councilman Ilaraza wants Larry to be on the board, or to be on this task force, but Mayor Pro Tem wants Rebecca. Like, how do they come to a consensus of they're gonna have this person versus that person? How does everyone have input and influence over the
You
membership?
can discuss it in an open meeting and come to a consensus, but the second you vote on it, you're in effect making an appointment, and that's pushing it closer to the legal definition of a board, and that's all at that point.
Okay, so basically, what we should do is talk amongst ourselves, one-on-one, moving forward with any ideas of potential people that we want to serve on this, and then we'll just keep it loose.
Correct. I mean, it's volunteers, and at the end,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, whatever product this group has becomes the council's baby.
Okay.
Like, at the end of the day, the council is the one that makes the financial decisions.
Okay.
This board's not.
That's
this-
right.
This group, this task force, whatever you want to call it, doesn't have any inherent power. They're purely advisory.
And that's what we're looking for.
What's the difference between this and the economic development panel you want to put together? Because in scope, that's exactly what I'm kind of looking for. Outside people that live in the village, have skin in the game, and can advise on what they think based on their level of expertise. What's the difference between the two?
That's a good question, because we
There's
literally,
not.
well, so we literally just had names passed around of who they wanted to be on the board. So what is the difference?
There was no motion, there was nothing formally establishing positions, appointments, terms. This is just some examples of people that we're thinking about. What do you think? Give us your feedback, and we'll go from there, and then
So we can do that with this at the next
Correct.
meeting? Okay.
Correct. Just like how we handled that one.
So a couple of questions. Number one, we had already planned on putting some type of financial contribution into a savings account for next fiscal year. Is this something that you all are trying to get these people up to speed, like, in time for this year's budget, and to figure out a complete road restorative maintenance plan before this budget is presented?
No, I think they'd be a little too under the wire
Okay.
to do, but I think it's to help us kind of map out, if we do keep roads, what that would look like going out in the future, just a second opinion, another set of eyes.
Okay. Is that pretty much everyone else's kind of opinion?
Well, just to offer my opinion, I mean, if we're looking to get expertise and we're looking to get it quick with a minimum impact on staff, I think, we may want to consider just buying that expertise and like going to a consultant that can give us, some kind of financial expertise specifically on municipal finance for roads in a relatively short order. It seems like it would meet pretty much all of the things that, Joe, you were talking about, with the exception of actually having folks from Marvin participating and have skin in the game, which is not insubstantial, but I don't want to lose fact that, or lose track of that we really want to get the expertise, and I think, and we want to get it quick, and we just want to do the right thing for roads. And I think the shortest distance between point A and point B is a consultant. So I just throw that out.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fantastic point.
Yeah, Christina, let me ask you, we've, over all the years, especially what was presented today through AMT, do we not have all those resources available right now? And then we've got, a woman sitting right next to you who absolutely knows the difference about government finance versus, private sector finance. Don't we have these resources already? Just asking.
To determine road cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do, but I think what you guys need to come up with the plan and how we're going to unveil how that works. If you remember a couple of things in the beginning of the meeting, we talked about having, a plan where we do planning for road resurfacing 10 to 15 to 20 years after they've come in versus 20 to 30 years after they come in, or doing some type of percentage allocation where we plan for 80% to be done in 20 years and 20% to be done in 30 years. That was shot down. But those types of things, we need to have some conversations about how we're going to strategize what that number actually is, and then how we get to that number, whether it's a tax increase, whether it's a GO bond for specific projects, whether it's keeping that 1 cent that we've already got earmarked for the roundabouts, whether it's just using POW bill funds and the vehicle tag fee. So there's all these little kind of nuances of what, you guys need to decide how that's going to shake out. But I mean, as far as the numbers go, yeah, I feel like we have the numbers, they can be finessed a little bit. But the ultimate plan is up to you guys and how the strategy that you guys want to unveil, how that works.
I think part of this too is, you know, a majority of the board, large majority, hasn't been through the budget process previously. And I think we have all the components that we need. I think the biggest issue, you know, that we need to do is to run the different models to be able to see. And that's why earlier when I was talking about, I remember last year, Jill came up with like 3 different scenarios, you know, of how we can pay for something. And then she brought it to us, we gave her feedback, she refined them, and then she came back again, you know. But that's what I was talking about when I was saying, you know, we need to build some ulterior models to kind of work through this budget process now. And then next year, we just adjust from there. You know, we're not planning something for 15 years that's going to be set in stone, because the whole world's going to change between now and the next, who knows, 2 years, you know? So I think that's the important part. Now, having a finance task force that you know, is made up of residents that have that benefit, I think that's great. I don't see that being able to have an impact on this budget process. So my concern was just distracting her from getting us all that we need to make those best decisions this year. But I'm all for creating it and doing those things. If we do need expertise that we find we've got holes in the process, then I think Tom is exactly right. And we do have those, you know, experts that we can go to that are specific, laser focused on funding municipal, you know, and the governmental type projects like that. So
I'd like to share a perspective too. I like Tom's idea of a consultant, third party, no dog in the fight. But the thing that I like about the task force process is if we are taking roads over, I want all the constituents in Marvin to feel comfortable that we as a council have done everything we can to ensure that we've run the financials, that we've had other people look at the data, and we're making the best possible decision for the residents of Marvin. And I think that alone is good. And it's no reflection on anybody currently. Jill does a phenomenal job. But as we start taking over roads, I think it'd be nice to have another set of eyes looking at it.
So let me frame this to you in 2 different phases. Number one, I think, and I've told you guys this, I think the consultant is definitely the way we need to go when we determine what that dollar amount is. So if we can think about this in phase 1 being this task force or whoever it is, whatever we call it, comes to the table and says, hey, here's a good foundation for how we should develop the restorative maintenance plan. We do 30 years, we do 20 years, we do a combination of whatever that looks like. We stretch it out to start in 2039 versus 2033. I'm using that as just examples. So that group can come up with those types of parameters. That'll give us the output number at the total end of each year. You know, year 1, you need this much, year 2, you need this much. After we form that portion, then we can bring the consultants in to say, put this out on your tax sheet. What does it look like? What are the other factors in play? And then that can kind of be phase 2. If everybody's okay and on board with that, I think I can present some guardrails for the task force. If it's okay with Austin to ask me to get you guys to tell me one person, can I do that?
What kind of guardrails are you proposing, Christina?
I don't know. I'd have to sit down and look at it all, but primarily associated with just roads at this point, because it's a task force specifically for roads, and then what types of those questions, like I just mentioned, would they consider? But I mean, just keeping it typically for roads.
I have no issue with anyone discussing
Hang on,
names.
let me just make sure he's good with that. Is there anything that you want to add, delete?
Well, it sounds like it sounds like you and I and others will have to sit down and look at what the scope. I don't like the word guardrails. I like scope.
Yeah.
So if you mean the same thing, I'm fine with that. And I appreciate John and Bob's comments. You guys hit some sentiments that I missed. And I mean, look, we've got other consulting firms we pay a lot of money to give us ideas on how our village should be developed, and we scrutinize what they come back with. We don't accept it hook, line, and sinker. So I wanted to kind of go a budgetary route of not having to spend $5, $10, $15,000 of the village's money at first, to just give it the old college try with some of the talent we have in the village, and then we can look at outside numbers, and we can compare plans, models, whatever it may be. So I look, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure we are basically accruing dollars and saving the money we need to based on the road needs that we see ourselves having in the next 10 to 20 years. And I don't care how we do it, but I thought this was the best course of action to do it.
And yes, I meant project scope.
Okay.
Okay. So then, what do you need?
Well, first of all, is it okay if I can create the scope and each person can send me 1 or 2 names and I can bring it back at the next meeting? Is that okay?
As long as it's not voted, as long as there's not a formal vote on it where there is the appearance of appointments, terms, the things that make up a public body, that's totally fine.
Okay.
I can get with you, Christina.
Okay.
On this.
So if in the meantime, so I'll work with Mayor Pro Tem on creating a scope, and in the meantime, if each one of you can send a name or 2 via email, and then I'll combine it all on the next meeting, and you all can discuss it further.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
And is that good with you, Mayor Barbara?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
I know.
agree too.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I don't know.
I know Councilman Eck needs to leave. If he leaves as excused, we will not have quorum, so he's going to have to leave unexcused. But just know that his votes are going to be a yes, so we'll have to be cognizant that we don't vote on anything moving forward. You can, but you still won't be able to vote.
Yeah, that's fine, but doesn't it,
Yeah.
and that doesn't give, that defeats quorum?
We may have an issue there. Once he joins remote, he no longer has a physical presence, he's still in the meeting, we would not have quorum.
I don't think we're voting on, I think we're talking about these 3 other things. I don't think we're voting on them today, are we?
There's nothing else that should be voted
no.
on.
Yeah, so I think we're okay.
How much longer do we plan on being on? Because I planned on being on for the topic we just discussed, but I've actually been listening on YouTube from the road when I can. I've actually got another commitment this afternoon to Miami, so.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we've just got a couple more things to go over, I think, and then we're wrapping it up.
We're still about 30 minutes behind.
30 minutes.
Behind.
Sorry, Austin, I'm confused. Why can't he join remote?
So the issue is a physical quorum. So to proceed, we have to have a physical quorum in person.
Right.
If Tom leaves excused, it's the council
No,
acknowledging we don't have a quorum.
He's not leaving excused. He's leaving unexcused.
But the issue is if he rejoins the meeting remotely, the remote participation policy notes there has to be a physical quorum in place for the meeting to continue. So you're essentially, it breaks the policy. It forces us to stop. At least how I read the policy.
What else we got?
Does it help or hurt if I stay on, Austin?
Doesn't affect anything.
Okay.
It doesn't help if I Zoom when I leave here either.
Well, you just want to try to knock out these next 3 things real quick?
Why can't we just go back to the remote participation and not allow remote participation on him? We could go back to that original motion to approve remote participation.
You can, okay. He would not be able to participate in discussion then.
That's fine. I think he just wants to observe.
That works. That's a creative solution. We'll go with that.
So can we go back to what's the motion to reconsider?
So at first, Tom can leave unexcused. He can join on Zoom, and then we disallow remote participation for him. And then in theory, you're fine. This is legal, like jumping through hoops here, but yes, I think you're fine at that point.
Okay, whatever.
So he's going to leave, and we're just going to be cognizant not to take any action on anything. And then someone needs to go, when he leaves, someone needs to go back and do a motion to reconsider the original motion of remote participation, or just to
It's
make a
just
new motion?
It would just be a new motion, and it would be
Okay.
once he joins remotely.
Okay, well, he's joined, so,
All right,
later, and then, and then Angel, if you want to make a motion to not allow him.
Coming tonight?
Huh?
You coming
Yeah.
tonight? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be
All
back
right.
in a little bit.
Thank you.
okay,
Okay, all right. So is there something I need to do?
I'm working, hold on.
Someone needs to make a motion to not allow Councilmember Eck to participate remotely.
To move to disallow remote participation for Councilmember Eck.
So moved. Oh, okay. All right. So we good?
Sorry.
All right. It's okay. All right. So let's go back to I-2, the discussion of the sign ordinance changes. I just wanted to talk about, when we were talking about the signage at Weddington Chase, one of the ideas that floated around was what they do, I think it's in Hilton Head, where they have the same font, same everything, and that's very classy looking. And maybe that's something that we should consider doing. We may not be able to bring Rayleigh Miller or Zepsa or ROMS into that, but we could certainly, if we adjust our sign ordinance policy to that, we could offer it to them and encourage them, if that's something that's of interest.
I think that would apply very well to the Heritage District, but just confined to that area. So in other words, we're building that with a historic aspect, I think that would probably fit in very well. I think on the outskirts, like you were talking about Rayleigh Miller or where Publix is, we're not that cloistered. I mean, we're not that isolated. We've got outlying areas. So the example of the Dunkin' Donuts sign, it's on a busy road. It's on the outside of Marvin. But I think when you get to the Heritage District, that might be something that would look very attractive.
So just to clarify, we already have what's called a master signage plan in Article 17. Basically, it's a conditional zoning for signage. Every single development that has been approved since the MDO, so Marvin Grove, which is the Zepsa property, Marvin Oaks, which is the ROMS LLC property, as well as the Rayleigh Miller property, had a specific condition in there that they have to then submit a master signage plan for the council to approve. So therefore, it's all outlined in our article, but essentially they submit those designs, elements, all that stuff as part of a master plan that would then only apply to that development. So we already kind of have that protection in place. And once again, there's no other property that's zoned commercial. If there was ever to be proposed a property to be zoned commercial, it would go through the same conditional rezoning process, and that would most likely be another specific condition for that property. So I'm open to researching and whatever. I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that we already kind of have some of that protection in place through that approval process.
Is it something, though, that we could offer them an example of what we're talking about? Because we don't have that right now, right?
What do you mean?
So, again, going back to like the shops at Hilton Head, and they're all cohesive, and it's all the same font, and it's like oil rub bronze, and it's, you know what I'm saying?
So,
It's
like I
very
said,
specific.
That's what this so for example, if the Rayleigh Miller, the Marvin Commons project, when they come for their master signage plan, it goes through just like it would a conditional zoning to an extent. It comes to council for approval. You don't have to approve what they're proposing, and you can provide that feedback to them on that through that process. Because what's outlined here is it just says like, the purpose behind this section is to permit creativity in sign design and placement to address site issues, constraints associated with topography, pedestrian orientation, wayfinding, directional, and other conditions unique and subject to the development or area of the village, i.e. the Heritage District. It states that a master sign plan may be submitted for the following types of developments as Heritage District, commercial, mixed-use developments containing 3 or more acres, and then areas in the village that are governed by a corridor plan or area plan that includes sign guidelines, which the Heritage District does too. So in short, and like I said, that's a specific condition on those approvals already. Like they can't just come to me for a sign permit. They have to come through and get their master signage plan approved by the village council.
So they can come and we can suggest something cohesive? I see, okay. So we really
Yeah,
don't
I
need
think-
to address it then? Okay, all right.
I also think that, when we're talking about, commercial areas, there's really kind of 3 disparate areas that we talk about it within Marvin. There's Publix and what we may eventually have a little bit more on Providence Road, then you're talking about, you know, where Ray Lee Miller is and some other things already developed. And then the Heritage District. And, you know, I think those are disparate areas enough where, you know, that common fonts and things like that, I don't know that they necessarily play as well as they do where you've got kind of a whole thing already planned. But I do think that it's important for like the Heritage District itself, that as we go through those sign approvals, things like that, that we do that branding there. I just don't see the, you know, the amount of other applications that we would have for it to be kind of worth, you know, going down that commonality road for.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's no other discussion, we can move on to discuss and consider neighbors helping neighbors idea. This is an idea that one of the residents brought to me right before we had that big storm event, you know, the ice event and then the snow event, where there are elderly people who live alone. They may be widowed or, you know, they live alone, families not nearby. And when weather events like this happen, there aren't necessarily people, if they don't live in an HOA, who can check on them. And what she was suggesting is to create a program called Neighbors Helping Neighbors, where we can, if a Marvin resident who lives alone, who doesn't really have family close by, would like to be partnered with a volunteer who could check on them in the event of bad weather scenarios. So, you know, if they were out of power for 2 days or something, just to have somebody reach out so neighbors can help each other. So I wanted to just discuss this and get some feedback from you guys and see if you thought it might be a worthwhile idea.
I think that's I think that's a real good idea as well. I know my hometown, small place in upstate New York, also does things like for elderly folks that need a ride to the doctor or for medical treatments that may not have relatives available nearby. It can include some things like that maybe, but you know, having, you know, maybe a couple of people assigned, you know, for when there is a weather emergency or something like that, I think is a valuable thing for the community.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think?
Well, I've already said,
You like the idea?
conceptually, I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
I agree as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
How, just so we know, how does that fit into, like, are we going to be keeping this database? How does it fit into like what staff does? And how is it going to be managed? How is it going to be?
Would it be the neighbor whose idea it was?
I mean, yeah, yes, it's more of a private thing. However, the issue's going to be how do people reach out? And I think they're going to need to reach out through the village, and then we can put them in touch with the neighbor who will take it from there. But I think we're going to have to be the conduit because I don't know how else to.
So two things. I think the first aspect is something extremely doable, and that's going to be a public awareness aspect.
Mm-hmm.
We do a lot of storm-based communications. We definitely can do something from a communication standpoint to advocate. There's storms coming up, or we're going into a certain season. Do you have a neighbor who may have a disability, who can't get around, who may not have family in the area? That's something we can definitely do. But as far as connecting people, you know, I have an email database, but I don't know who these people are.
Right.
I know names, but I don't have a phone numbers. I
Right.
don't have things that I can cross-reference.
Right. And the thing is, I mean, we don't want to be intrusive either. So that's why if someone is alone and they might need help, they would need to be the ones to initiate the contact. Now, is the contact initiated through us or through, I mean, I can talk to this neighbor and find out, you know, more about what she's thinking, but if it's something that we can at least help facilitate the information about, and then if it goes through
I think it's a
other
great idea.
avenues, we can do that.
I think it's a great idea. I think the only other issue you may have is if there is someone who's out there who doesn't have family in the area, they don't get around that much, they may be of an advanced age,
Mhm.
they're probably not going to be someone who would see our communications
Okay,
in our most common forms. That's the only thing I would want you to consider thinking about.
okay.
Definitely can take this from a public service announcement standpoint. We can run with that, and we can knock
Okay.
that out of the park.
Okay.
This might be something good to reach out to like the HOA super friends, like all the HOA
Yeah,
people,
yep.
and ask them and let them kind of coordinate their neighborhoods, and we
Yeah.
could maybe do the non-HOA,
Yeah,
connect them to those HOA people that are nearby them.
yeah.
This way, it's like legit neighbors.
Because it's really the non-HOA people that
Right.
there's more concern over because they don't have neighbors nearby.
Right.
So,
If we could connect them, because then we're putting the vetting kind of on the HOA, right?
mhm,
And like if they have people who are willing to help,
mhm.
they might be able to go to the people near their HOA.
Well, there are volunteers in Marvin
Mm-hmm.
that they have great hearts and they just want to help. And, you know, they
high
don't have.
school kids who
I mean,
need
they would,
service
they
hours.
would take them to doctor's appointments or whatever. I mean, there are people that are willing to do that, so it's just a matter of how do we connect them?
I think that's really cool. I could offer to help if this group of neighbors ever wanted to put together like a Google form or something like that, where people could go in and say, hey, I have a neighbor, I just want to give you their information, or I want to volunteer, for instance.
Yeah.
This sounds great, I want to be someone who does this. I think anyone who has a Gmail account has access to creating something like a Google form. I have to create them all the time, so I would be more than willing, just outside of work, during work, whatever, just to help them make one or even make one for them. My only concern with us being a conduit is I worry that some people might not reach out for that help until we are in the middle of a snow emergency
Yeah.
and all of our staff is not here. We're all working remote or maybe dealing with our own power outages and internet being out as well. So, but I think definitely promoting it often throughout the year, because it's not just going to be a snow emergency, right? Like people's power goes out in the summertime and it's hot and they don't, we worry about the elderly when there's heat waves too and the power grid is stressed. So I think Austin just promoting it, hey, did you know there's a group of neighbors that have this neighbors helping neighbors, and we can always hyperlink the Google form and help them kind of start building a list of people who want to help and maybe people who need help. And I think outside of us promoting it, I don't know that we're a wise conduit, because I think there are times when we might not be here to get that information, and I would hate to have somebody not be reached.
And I wouldn't want to put any sort of liability concerns, like.
So maybe our role is just to help promote it. Okay. All right, that's good
Yeah,
feedback.
I would also, I would throw out that there's a couple of, volunteer communities that already exist, like the Young Men's Leadership League that works with, uses the facilities and so forth. The scouts and so forth, where many of them are older Eagles type scouts. But, what we could be looking for is just somebody that's almost a volunteer coordinator as much as anything. Joe mentioned earlier, we're not sure what we're doing with the Parks and Rec, position that was there before that was performing a lot of those tasks in the past. Some of that may fall back to PRG board. But we have had volunteer coordinators in the past that just kind of help put people on task, together for those type of things.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? So moving on to the discussion of the Neighborhood Partnership Program.
Yes, so Hunter and I actually came up with this kind of idea, I don't know, it was probably summer of last year. And the reason, it was multi-reasons that we came up with it, but mostly assuring that we are dedicating our resources, meaning our dollars, our staff time, and our efforts to what those in the community need and want and are looking for as well. This was an idea that we came up with because we had spent a lot of time and energy on a project that ultimately kind of got shot down because we were just, I guess, in misalignment with some of the goals. And we wasted a lot of energy on a particular project. So we were trying to figure out how we can better preserve, what we're doing to focus on the efforts within the community. Hunter and I sat down with another municipality that had something very similar to this, but it was for different purposes. And we got some ideas, and we crafted this kind of plan to come up with a collaborative partnership between us and HOAs that are willing to partner and be on the same page. And essentially what that program would look like is a way for us to foster collaboration, build trust, to have a seat at the table so we know what concerns that those individual HOAs have. For example, flooding or street stormwater issues. We can, if there's any funding sources that we hear that come into play, we can go to the table and, try to seek those funds for them. We would want a level of cohesion with the HOA to make sure we're all on the same page. So that's why we kind of put HOA cooperation in here. We also put in a little micro grant where if there's things that we want to see in the community, like a beautification project, or if there's things that are of concern to the greater HOA and greater public, like stormwater issues, and they're willing to pony up some money, there would be a grant application process for various priority areas. And we kind of dub those as public safety and wellness, environmental sustainability, youth development, neighborhood revitalization and beautification projects, and the list can be endless. These are just kind of initial thoughts that we had. This is your first time really seeing this, and so this is a conversation for you all to look at, see if you like it, see if you don't like it, see what kind of changes you want to see to it. But we would, if you guys are interested in this, put some level of funding in next year's budget to allow this process to unveil. It would be, like I said, a cooperation with the HOAs. And that's pretty much the gist. It came out of place to, like I said, encourage cooperation and collaboration with HOAs so that we're all kind of spending our resources efficiently and effectively.
Christina, we're going to have a HOA president's meeting on the 24th of this month.
Okay.
And I was just wondering if you might like to have this brought up at that meeting.
Let me check my calendar. How does everyone feel about this?
I think it's a great idea. The only pushback that I would say is that some HOAs are run very differently than others. So, if there are projects that people want to submit in their HOAs that they need help with, like, for example, if somebody has a creek running through their neighborhood and they have a lot of debris in it and there's a grant to get that cleaned up, I think some neighborhoods would welcome it and some neighborhoods would want to vote on it. And I don't know how we address that because every HOA is different. That's my only concern.
I mean, I think we leave that to them. I mean, we can have the resource available and people can take it or not, but I think it's a valiant effort to try. I like it. I think it's a great idea.
Well, if we even had like a suggestion box or something of things that an HOA might need help with. My only concern is there going to be pushback? And again, I get that it's on them, but I would hate for you guys to spin your wheels again trying to get something done and then get pushback after the fact because it wasn't communicated to neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's my only concern.
Well, and that's what we're trying to avoid too. And a lot of times, I've heard a lot of things from certain community residents that they feel like, certain grant applications should go on like PRG board and stuff like that. And that's just, sometimes that's not 100% realistic because when we see grant applications, sometimes we may see them well in advance and we've got plenty of time to apply, but sometimes we don't and we've got a short turnaround window. So we just want to make sure we have players at the table that are willing to cooperate on whatever the scope is. Let's say it is stormwater issues, or let's say it is stream bank issues, and that's been a common theme that they have communicated to us, that they've got issues within their stream that needs to be cleaned out. So when we find grant funding that may be specifically for that, we kind of know they're a seat at the table and they want this level of engagement and potential funding. So,
I like the idea.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, in theory, I like the idea. Christine, is this a situation where HOAs would come to us and say, look, we're really aware of what's going on with our creek or a culvert or whatever. And if anything comes along the line where there's a statewide grant to help this, is that kind of how all of the communication goes? Or is it from the village to the HOAs, or do they both meet at the right timing when there's an actual need that the HOA is actually said that they have, and there's actually an opportunity for some grant dollars that would flow through the village to go and help them? What's the flow chart look like on just your everyday project or everyday grant that comes for something like for instance, what they're doing in Marvin Creek with the STRAP grant?
yeah, that's a great question. So inside the packet that I put in your agendas, there's a section, it's called goals. And one of the functions is that we would have quarterly meetings. And so that's where, in the quarterly meeting, very similar to the President's Association meeting, where we would discuss, and we could probably even coincide them with the President's Association meetings, is we would listen to the HOAs as to what their concerns were at that point, and then that would kind of put a bug in our ear. If we see anything or hear anything that is associated with whatever it is that we're hearing, we would know. For example, if Marvin Creek has issues in their stream, but let's say Providence Estates has issues with, they want a sidewalk, we would kind of know sidewalk, Providence Estates, stream issues, Marvin Creek. So each individual community has varying issues and challenges that they will face, and we try to keep a list of those ongoing issues and try to match funding sources with whatever the need is. So that would be established via those quarterly meetings where we hear from them. And it could even be something as simple as, hey, we want to hear about crime stats. Can you coordinate an officer to come to a meeting and share these types of issues with us? Or we want to know about sign ordinances and how, this could potentially affect us, whatever this is. So just varying things of trying to meet the community where their needs are.
Do you think that I guess the main person by neighborhood, like we should really communicate this from like the president on down and let the onus of that be on the president of the HOA? Or is it a concerted effort between village outreach to everyone through the various types of communication means we use and the president of the HOA? That way, because I feel like we need to over communicate, because if we don't, there will be some residents out there that say, my HOA never discussed this with me, and, I'm opposed to this. Or I've never heard this from the Village of Marvin, but I'm hearing it from my HOA president. What is this all about? How do we want to communicate this to make sure that we're reaching as many residents as possible?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I would say we would want to deal with the HOA, and whatever happens with them, they need to figure it out with their residents. And the reason I say that is because I don't want to run into a situation as we have in the past where one HOA may be wanting X to happen, and then I have 14 different HOA residents trying to get me in the middle of their fight, and that's just not. I don't have the time and energy and effort to deal with that type of back and forth. So I get the over communication, but I don't want to get us into a situation where we are kind of putting out fires for an HOA.
I do not disagree with that. I think we streamline it with the HOAs, and so if the HOA doesn't want to do it, even though logically it makes sense for their residents to do it, and there's residents that say, I don't know what my HOA is doing. I really, really want this. We just revert back to them and say, sorry, but the onus is on your HOA for this. That's how this, process works. It's how it has to work. So some people are going to feel like they're being disenfranchised on the positive or on the negative.
I get it, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. The reality of it is, I mean, it's one of those things where it's great on both sides, or it's not great on both sides. You're going to have, one party that's not going to be that think you should do things differently. But we've got to make sure we're strategizing our resources as effectively as possible with the limited that we have. But the reality of it is when we come down to a micro grant, let's talk about like the actual impact to what this looks like as it unfolds, is you've got two factors here. You've got one, the potential of a grant fund that's gonna apply for project, whatever it is, and you've got two, the potential of a micro grant. The micro grants will all be decided in a public open meeting as a part of your budget process or shortly thereafter. So that will be a very publicly vetted process where that would be published in the agenda. Community members can look at the agenda and say, hey, my HOA applied for a micro grant for X. And that's where they could come and voice their opinion on the allocation of those resources or not to you guys when you're considering it. You would have that level of public engagement from there. The second thing is, any grant application that we have, we would have to come to you all to ask for approval on that funding. So that would be a part of the public process where it would be on the agenda. The residents at that point can say, I like it, I don't like it, and you guys would be able to, listen to them. Now, that's not something that we would publicly say, or we would have a public hearing or a public mailer or any of that stuff. It would just have to be something where residents are actively paying attention to the agendas that are published. So just want to make sure that distinction is known as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think if we're getting into a situation where we're actively engaging with individual residents in an HOA to make sure they're all on the same page and that's being communicated to us, I think that's just going to be a efficient use of the program, inefficient use of the program.
When I was reading the draft that you had, one of the things that was mentioned was helping with trails. In what way would that be? I mean, like you had examples like different things, but trails was mentioned. How would that be something?
So and this is an area, and I know everybody has differing opinions on trails, but we do have a level of, you've seen it real live where people in the HOA at the Heritage want to see a trail happen. So if we see funding that's out there that can, we can go for trails, or if there's something like we have a fee in lieu coming for trails and party over here A wants it, but party over here B doesn't want it, we can maybe reallocate those trail dollars to getting a cooperation with the ones that do want it. And it also would allow us to strategize our capital improvement plan for where we would have easements. Hunter's got examples where he's had an HOA in the last year come to him and they want something to be moved up on the CIP because they want a trail. So that's really kind of the engagement there, is we want to make sure we understand where people want to see the trails, and then we can allocate our efforts to exploring how that can happen.
That one issue makes me nervous because specifically to internal trails, because I know there's a lot of pushback for people that don't want trails in their backyard. So that one aspect of it makes me a little nervous.
And we can change up that terminology a little bit to make it better for what you're looking for, if that's.
Are the only grants out there regarding paths and trails for new ones, or is it for existing maintenance needs?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I would say I'm 98% sure you're not going to find any grants for maintenance of trails.
Okay.
Do what?
It could be, maintenance, probably not, but like if there was like an improvement that was needed, it would, even though like the trail's existing, but potential improvements to enhance it, there would probably be funding available.
Typically, you're not going to see anything for maintenance. They want you to be able to, whether it's roads, whether it's trails, equipment. So again, this is initial kind of draft for you all to see it, not asking for any direction here. If you like it, then we'll stomach some of this into the budget for next year, and we can have some greater conversations about this in subsequent meetings, but just wanted to let you know where we were in trying to come up with something that we felt would help. Is there a consensus that you like it?
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it too, Christine.
Yeah, I like it.
Are there any suggested changes other than the trail section?
We'll just have to look at it on a case-by-case basis and what the grant is and how it can positively impact each one of our communities within Marvin as a whole. And, we can pick them out. I mean, if it's a system where we can pick it off as we want it, right, or as we need it, we pursue it. What are the timelines usually on getting back to the state or the grantor of the money on, yes, we're in, or no, sorry, we're out on this one?
Typically, we do know we do know well in advance. They're all different, so I can't really answer that question with certainty, but typically we do know in advance. Now, there's some that, we may get the tail end of the notification and we've got to act quick, and that does happen. That actually happened with the STRAP grant. And especially when there's kind of a lapse in communication, meaning if we had a quarterly meeting today and we just found out today that, let's say Marvin Creek had stormwater issues, and I'm just using that as an example, then we could go and look for some grants, or some might pop up today that the notice was sent out 2 months ago, but we didn't see it. It wasn't in our purview because no one had communicated that they had stormwater issues at that point. And they were like, here's a match, but the due date is 3 weeks from now. So that is what happened with the STRAP grant, is we had an array of communications to us about flooding issues and just issues in backyards with the streams not flowing properly. And then we found this grant and we're like, oh, great, this would help, but it's due in 2 weeks. And so we had to kind of drop everything that we were doing, literally everything we were doing, and apply for this grant. And then in turn, we got met with some resistance after the end of it being accepted. So there's no one-all answer for that question. I think just knowing that most of the time we do have advance notice, but there are times where we won't.
Okay, thanks.
So I guess I'll put this back onto your agenda at a future work session, because we would need to have some, I guess, more finite direction as to what components you like, what you don't like, because once we unveil this, it's really like a commitment that we're asking from to the HOAs, and then we would establish that the quarterly meetings and, how we're going to proceed with that partnership and what that looks like.
Okay.
All right. And that is all on that one.
All right, so moving on to open topics. Is there anything we need to discuss there?
That is up to y'all.
Y'all got anything? Have we talked enough today?
Nothing
Okay.
new.
And maybe people feel dissimilar to me. So far, I find our meetings lasting a long, long time. And by the end of the meeting, I don't think we're doing the topic service that we should. I know I find myself daydreaming. I just would like to see us manage the agenda better than maybe we are, and that's part of being new to the council, I guess, for me, but I'd like us to work on that, Angel, if that works.
Love it. Yep. Okay, so review of action items.
All right, let me go back through my list here.
So I have an idea, because I think we get on this all the time and we just kick it. Is it possible for us offline to just X check list priority, for us? And then we can, because I think there's a lot of old things on there.
No, we're not on that list. This is the homework from this meeting. Hold on. Sorry, going back through, Christina's going to change the trail section in the Neighborhood Partnership Program, and you guys will hear more about that. Christina's going to work on parameters for the Finance Advisory Task Force. Scrolling back. And you guys will send her names that we can compile and put together into one proposal for y'all to review. I think Bob said he was going to add the Neighbors Helping Neighbors to the HOA President's meeting, maybe. We're good on that. I'm working on a draft for Rule 38 for appointments for the Village Council Rules of Procedure. We're going to continue renting scarifiers as needed, not going to purchase one. We're going to move forward with the purchase of the salt spreader and the mule plow kit. We're revisiting the Heritage at Marvin Trail next year. You guys adopted the strategic plan, so we'll put that online and finalize all those changes. I'll be reaching out to the new appointed members of the planning and PRNG boards in the coming days to start onboarding them. That will be a process. you guys will have the discussion of potentially adding 2 seats to PRG on the PRG joint meeting. And then you guys may be able to consider changes that same day at the regular meeting. We're going to restore the response to public comments. So you'll start seeing that on agendas again. You guys adopted your capital improvement plan. We'll get that posted online as well. And Hunter's going to inform the Marvin Ridge High School band boosters. They're good to post their banner on our property. We're moving forward with the Commerce Working Group. And that seems to be all I have. Do you have anything else, Christina?
Do I have a budget amendment for PRG?
Possibly. We'll need to draft one just in case they do decide to move forward. So I'd have one ready. And then Angel and Fred will call NCDOT before the next meeting.
Right, and I've already reached out to him to get a date for you guys, so I'll be in touch with y'all soon.
So that is all I have. You are good to move on to the ongoing list.
Okay, so, bless you. So, to review the ongoing action item list. Can we take some stuff off of here?
You can.
So before the last meeting, I did go ahead and put a bunch of notes over in the far right-hand column that you guys can remove some of these things if you want. So if you just want to follow the comments where it says update and it says remove if no longer a priority, then I think you can all say it's not a priority and we can take it off.
Is that by consensus?
Yeah.
Should we wait until there's the other board members to participate?
Yeah, maybe so.
Well, some of them, yeah,
Well, I was officially kicked out, but I'm here.
Everyone is here technically.
Well, I'm just thinking specifically, there are a couple things that look like they're 5 years old now, like some trail easement at Innisbrook and Preserve Trail. It's on hold, so why don't we just take it off? Or Parkland, that was like 3 years ago.
So I think you can take off the parkland from 3 years ago. It's, the date on it is 1/10/23. I think you can do that, but the trail easement for the Innisbrook Preserve, that is for a connector piece to a bridge that was created where the end of the trail is basically the end of the bridge. So it's kind of a bridge to nowhere. So I don't know if you guys want some connectivity beyond that, or if you just want us to keep the bridge to nowhere there.
Let me ask a question real quick. Jennifer, I believe her name's Jennifer Zizi, I believe. She's a resident of Innisbrook. And she was concerned about, she was wondering about the trail that was supposed to be in front of Innisbrook, and I believe run down to Saddlebrook. Is that a correct statement?
Saddle.
And she wants to know what the status is because she said, she's got nowhere to go out of her neighborhood. And I just want everybody to be aware there are people in Innisbrook, I think, that would like to see that trail completed. So I'd hate to take it off this list, is what I'm saying.
So keep what you're saying is keep the Innisbrook Preserve Trail connector?
Yeah, at least for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
I just
I
don't
agree.
think I don't think the people in Saddle, on Saddle are gonna want that because it goes through their yard. I've talked to people on Saddle and they don't want it. Which maybe
You're
that's
actually
another
Talking
thing.
about 2 different projects
Okay.
now.
You're talking about two different
Okay.
projects.
This is specifically,
Yeah,
Well, with regard to the Marvin Loop, we have money to go to ZEPSA, we don't have money to go any further, and we have issues because of the churches. I don't know that that's viable to, and that's another discussion.
that's not part of this though, that's not on here. I just don't want to get off topic.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're talking about three
It's
different.
two different projects.
This is specifically for the little bridge off the Preserve Trail. There was potentially going to be a connection in Innisbrook. The homeowner a couple years ago changed over and was no longer interested. So we have a bridge, but we don't have that last little piece that runs just through grass.
Which is one homeowner, to my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So we can keep it
Correct.
and have a greater conversation later if y'all want.
I think we need to table it because there's some consternation about the trail over in Pam in the preserve that I don't think we make any decisions until we've addressed that properly. But I know that there are some concerns with that trail, and we're gonna have to have other conversations about it. And
So we're good to keep moving on, then. We can leave it alone and don't have to change it.
Yep.
Do y'all want to remove the parkland?
I don't even know what it is, so.
It's really old. Essentially, when I first started, the land behind the Townsend Audrey Park, it's just off of Ray Road. It's a townhome community. They have unbuildable land in trees, and there used to be discussion about giving that land to us for a park. From
Oh.
the developer, it's old.
Yeah, no, let's just take it off. So-
Okay, and then the next one, Bonds Grove, Waxhaw Marvin roundabout. I would just keep this on hold just to remind me to, I mean, I've already done what it says to do, which is to basically plan for irrigation sleeves, and
Lighting.
I would just keep it just to
Okay.
continue to remind me to
Okay.
do that when we get closer to the design.
Okay.
The contract for the Blue Ridge Trail Works for the construction of Marvin Creek Connector, obviously, you all know that's on hold for,
I would take that off for now.
You want to remove it?
I would remove it.
But that's the whole point. Once you take it off, it's not there anymore. The
Well-
point is to keep it on there to remind you.
Well, I don't think it's going anywhere right now, so, I mean, I guess we can leave it on there, but
I will let y'all decide that.
I would take it off. That's just me.
What's the opinion of the rest of the council?
Do y'all have an opinion?
I would take it off as well.
I think until we have some clarity on what we're doing with roads, any other ancillary infrastructural project like that has got to be highly scrutinized.
So without any other objections, remove?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. We will remove that from the list.
You can keep the next one because we are working on that.
The
What is
sports
it?
complex?
Not the sports complex, but we are talking to them about Bonds Grove, so,
Do you want us to strike the sports complex portion?
I mean, I would. I don't think people want it, according to the survey.
All right, we'll update that.
What is this about Stacy Howie?
so we can remove this, because if Stacy Howie is not a road that we will take over, we can't do a no-turn
Okay,
lane.
all right, so we can remove that.
I mean,
So
we can
that's
ask, but we've asked before, and they said no, and I don't think that's gonna change, because it was very recently.
Okay. And then overgrown Marvin city limit sign on Marvin Road.
Yeah, I'll ask again about this. I've asked numerous times, and I'm not sure where they are on it, so
DOT coming to mow like an area where
Yeah,
it's going up.
it looks
If
so
I'm not
bad.
mistaken, I thought that was all cleaned up. I think the last time I passed that, the sign is fully visible, but it could be me.
They were supposed to, but I have not confirmed it, so. But I'll get the guys to go out and check.
Okay,
I would keep the curb and gutter, because we're still in progress on
Okay.
that.
okay. Okay, the next one, Marvin Grove. Granting a temporary construction easement.
I don't know that anything else on here can be removed at this time.
Okay. And then this Mike Cognac Memorial.
That's part of the Houston Ross Park. I think
Right.
you guys are working that, Christina, you're working that into the water feature,
Yeah,
correct?
we're working it into something.
Okay,
Do you want me to leave it on there?
I would just leave it for now.
okay. And then stormwater repairs.
They're still being done.
Okay. The landscaping plan's still being done. Windmore Road closure.
We're still waiting on their petition
Okay,
for a
Well,
gate.
I'm waiting on their updated plat.
okay,
They're in the process of getting all the property owner signatures on that.
okay. So, we already talked about this other stuff, didn't we? A lot of it.
So the monthly recap of comments, you all had wanted to see that on all of your work sessions moving forward. So this is just kind of a reminder for us to do so.
Okay.
And also for y'all to double check behind us to make sure we are doing so. Responding to public comments, I think y'all answered that one today, so you.
Yeah, we can
you
take that
remove
off.
That one. Actually, I'm sorry, the engineering assistance for Strat can be removed as well.
Okay.
It's been completed. And then the Firethorn traffic, I did ask DOT the night that gentleman came and spoke for a study. It
Okay.
usually takes them a few months to do so, so I would just keep it for now.
Okay.
And the mower and dump trailer purchase can be removed because we did discuss that at the last meeting.
Okay.
Also, the plow attachments, we can remove that because we decided that today.
Yep.
As well as the next one.
Yep.
And then I'm still waiting on a response back on the deputy's report in terms of expanding that service area.
Okay. Good deal. Okay. Council comments. Fred, we'll start with you.
In that last thing with the traffic of the Firethorn gentleman, the Pacer AI data would be invaluable there. We could just look and visually see how much traffic is there and at what times, and that's one of those Bobcat things, right? Other than that, I totally agree with Bob that it would be great to kind of streamline these meetings with less agenda items in the future.
Okay.
Once again, I want to publicly congratulate Jill for her certification and all that she does for us in Marvin. We're very, very fortunate to have her. And thank you for heading up the meeting today.
Sorry it was so long. I tried to make it shorter, I promise. So thank you, staff, for all you do. I know we're working you hard, but we appreciate you, so thank you very much. So if there's not anything, anybody else want to talk? Yes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
John, go ahead.
Jill, you know, the finance report today really reflected positively on the overall health of the village from a financial perspective. And just wanted to really, you know, thank you, the rest of staff, Christina, former council and the current council. We are in great shape financially in pretty much any way that you look at it. I hope that we do get folks that are interested in understanding better about our finances. I think a lot of it is educational, that we get out to the public a better understanding of how we are spending their money. We're very transparent. Our books are always open. We welcome that. And there's good news to be found there. Thank you.
Okay.
I would agree on that, and I want to thank the staff for during the winter weather that we've had in the last 3 weeks. You guys were on top of it. You were keeping us all informed exactly what you were going to do, and I'm glad that it turned out as it did, especially with the ice storm. That seemed to save us a little bit. One of the takeaways I had was listening to the economic development presentation and listening to the ratios. I know that John and I have talked about this a little bit. I found it interesting, this goal of having 60-40, and I kept thinking to myself, yeah, I understand the numbers, but I also, hey, way of life. Like, is there land out there just to be developed because of the almighty dollar? And I just thought that is an interesting thing, just putting it out there, is when do the numbers fall aside and when does way of life take over? So just a thought. I just thought of that. I thought that was an excellent presentation. And as well as the Pacer Fred was talking about, I thought that was fascinating. But anyway, good job, everybody. Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, yeah, no, I'll just say, thanks staff for putting this meeting together and, being able to accommodate those that are, away from home right now. Also want to, call out to Jill, congratulations on, on the certification and that the proposal of this, of this task force is not a reflection on you at all. As a matter of fact, it's a compliment because with the good baseline that you've created, you working in tandem with a couple volunteers, to make sure moving forward, because right now we're in great health. We're not planning on increasing any taxes, at least anytime soon. And not for basically a few years. And I want to be able to keep it that way. So with being saddled with roads, our world's going to change. And I think it's going to be a cold splash of water in the face of everybody. So I'm looking forward to taking the journey with not just Jill, but with the council and staff and with the members of our village who are basically impacted by all of these decisions that we basically make. I second, council's opinion on, the length of the agendas and the length of these meetings. They are long and, it'd be great to tighten these things up. I know we only have one main meeting a month and then we have to have this work session, but these are marathons and then I don't think that's good for anybody. But thanks to everyone for being here and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I know I'm officially not participating, but I just want to say thanks to the staff for putting this meeting together. I mean, it was a hell of a meeting, huge agenda, and notwithstanding the fact that we all think it was too long, I just want to say thanks for pulling it all together because it was a lot of materials and a lot of presentations. And overall, I think the conversation was very good. So I don't think it was wasted time. It was just, there was just a lot to get to.
Okay, so with that,
Move to adjourn meeting at
all right,
2:23 PM.
so moved. Thank you.
Aye.
All right.
How far off from my estimates, because I said 5. Did I say 5 or 6? What? Yeah. Over? No, what did I say the meeting was going to be? You said 5 to 6, yes. And it was 5 hours and how many minutes? 23 minutes. You won't see me. You won't see me either.